There is 193 here on Twitch. So. Also, don't forget to use your Prime subscription on Twitch because it does help me pay my bills. Who wants to build a railgun? You wished your fort had an amethyst man, and did an amethyst man appear? Did your wish work? All right, we're now recording. Hey, Twitch chat. We stream on 2 platforms. We stream here on Twitch and also on YouTube. If you plan on lurking, YouTube's probably the place to be, because, you know, you can easily cast it to your TV or whatnot. But I do prefer you watch on both if you're going to pick one. That being said, Twitch is the spot where you will get quicker responses to chat because I read it more because there's more people there generally. But if you want to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, there's a link to it. And if you have the bandwidth, open up both tabs. You can tab between them if ads play on one. Or alternatively, just pop over to the YouTube chat real quick and leave a like because, you know, there's only 32 of them and 15 likes, and it's going to need, like, I don't know, another 60 likes before YouTube starts sending anybody over to it. We did upload a new video this morning, which we just finished watching, which is why the YouTube stream got started up an hour late. But normally the YouTube stream starts up 1 hour after the Twitch stream, which today it started up 2 hours after the Twitch stream because of the video. If you watched the video already, I hope you left a comment on it. If you've left a comment on it already, go respond to somebody else's comment on it. If you, you know, responded to somebody else's comment and they respond back, respond to that response of the response of the comment. Because YouTube is a fickle beast that doesn't like any creator on its platform and wants them to suffer and thus take full advantage of all of the awful systems that they provide. And now because of this, I have a command, which is right here. Whoops. I can type. Which links to the, you know, the video. So go leave a like on it. All right. Now, once you've left likes on the videos and whatnot, there's a link to the YouTube stream as well. Now, since we're through all of this spiel, Twitch chat, you can say hi YouTube if you like. Because they're there and they're real, and they are legion. They are many, and they are powerful. I swear. Let's dive back into Fortress Headpunch, shall we? Like, subscribe, and obey. Hit the bell. You know, I've literally never said hit the bell in a video. YouTube, like, sends me emails saying that I'm below the average for notifications on YouTube. And they're like, don't forget to remind your subscribers. I'm like, uh-huh. Why don't you make your systems better? Then I wouldn't need to do this. All right. Maze Dwarf has been found dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Where? Oh, right. So, I have railguns. You'll get around to it. Thank you, Brugan. Appreciate you, mate. Excised and sent into swine. Can they can be excised and sent into swine? Oh, but YouTube chat? Probably not. That would be mean. That sounds painful. I don't know what that process is like, so presuming it's not painful, then sure. So this is my railgun. It starts up here, and it shoots these gold minecarts. I'm going to start stacking minecarts on the minecarts because I've learned that I can fire minecarts on the minecarts from the minecarts, which is cool. I may look to see if I can load minecarts in the minecarts because that would just be funny, so that we can have more minecarts on our minecarts. But I'm not entirely sure that they will empty out the minecarts upon landing on the ground. Something I want to try doing is I want to try putting a couple statues or something into one of these minecarts and then just firing the first ones and see if they expel their contents when they hit the ground, because they might, because they are dropping down a level. So if that's the case, then we could have railgun shotguns. Something like that. But the whole point of this fort is to just build machines and have fun. So that's what we're doing with it. I do have one dwarf to name before I get to you, Ice Blue. But let's just run through the dwarves that are already named. If you do hear your name in the list of named dwarves, feel free to like pop up in the chat and be like, hey, how'd Dwarf do? Or is Dwarf dead or whatever. Havoc is in the fort. Loverboy, Bertcluse, Darksen. We've got Crane the Happy. the amazing Crane, who was very happy when we named him and isn't that unhappy. A little bit further down, we've got Andre. We've got Enter Bunny. We've got Bilag. We've got George. We've got Orc. We've got Arende. We've got Clockwork Dragon. We've got Thorax, who killed a giant bug by punching it in the thorax. We got Origin64 from the YouTube chat. We've got Mr. Ricky. We've got... who else is named? We've got Sideburns. We've got Midnight, the sequel. We've got Emperor Iron, who is preparing lavish meals. We've got Snail SD. We've also got Twitch. Yes. And Freeways. And YouTube. The personification of Twitch and YouTube. We got Demon Stir. You got Neezer. And I think that's everybody. Freeways, you're doing all right. I mean, you're a woodcutting librarian, geographer by trade. Recent thoughts. You like sleeping in a fancy bedroom. You didn't care too much about seeing a dead body. You retched on Miasma, and that was unfortunate. You want to whack things and practice martial art. You saw Lanix's dead body, and you haven't had much time to read, so I'll let you know when you start pondering. And Enter Bunny is also still alive, kind of mid, moods-wise, but has seen a lot of dead bodies recently. I mean, I don't blame him for that. And was satisfied after your guild hall got accepted. And, of course, you saw some dead bodies, which is, of course, unfortunate. And you brought somebody to rest in bed, so you like working in the hospital, and you dream of martial training. And it's a little bright in here, so the green screen is going to be tricky, but we'll make it work. All right. And I have 2 dwarves today, so let's scroll back up. Probably Jody was the first one. They just said... some kind of farmer, plant gatherer, if you please, with beard. You are alive and am happy, Crane. You are indeed alive and am happy. I think somebody toppled this. We've been having some tantrums, and Orc is stumbling around obliviously. That looks like a probably Jody. How's that work? I'm out of stock on dwarves? Yeah, because you can only redeem them every 45 minutes. And Ice Blue redeemed it 3 minutes ago, so that's why we're out of stock. But it's okay. I've got your previous dwarf request. You're the parent of Neezer, actually. So your only son is Neezer. Your name is Spear Taken, which is a good last name. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He cracks easily under pressure and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He presents himself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He rarely looks on others with lust, doesn't focus on material goods, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Likes a little excitement now and then, and is assertive. And he is curious and eager to learn. He is very humble, and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. And he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he is often nervous. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also worth noting, I basically haven't played at all since that last patch came out. The little quality of life one that fixed some bugs and also like added the used previous material button. If you guys have been messing around with it, is it as good as it looks? Because I basically loaded up the game to like get screenshots and a little bit of footage and then closed it and haven't opened the game since. So I'm curious to know what you think. Yeah, that is how it works. Although tier 2 subscribers do have the ability to nominate people as a dwarf, so if you're active in chat, you may just get nominated. There's that. Some of that hits a little close to home. Yeah, probably believes that little is better in life than a good party, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. I'd like to stock ton of rush a caged dwarf through the magma and retrieve them using a bridge technique? I mean, why don't you just use a minecart? That's more consistent, but than a bridge. Anyway, you like horn silver and rose gold and white chalcedony, as well as blood thorn wood and gorilla leather, and the color dark tan, coffins and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and giant platypus for their large bills. When possible, prefers to consume mantis, glass eye, and donkey cheese. Okay. And rice beer, as well as dwarven milk and capers. You've got specific tastes, dwarf. Your kid is Neezer. You worship Bur, who is the god of jewels and wealth, I think. And you want martial training, you want to fight, and you want excitement. You really want some martial training, although you do dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Should probably make some hobby squads. This is one of those factions where it's like there's a lot of dwarves that wouldn't be good in the military, but want to train military skills. That happens pretty consistently, I find. Oh yeah, if you see somebody in the YouTube chat you want to gift a dwarf to, you can absolutely do that freeways. You can nominate somebody in the YouTube chat. Oh yeah, also by the way, I have a stray mamba number 5, which is a black mamba, whose eggs we are probably just consuming because I definitely don't have a second one. Unless I've caught one since, which I highly doubt. Nope, just impalas. And a honey badger, which we'll never tame, but we'll eat it. Now I have the next dwarf to name, which is Ice Blue. And you said old and grumpy, so dwarf with gray hair, I presume, a beard, and grumpy. So do you want, like, about to die levels of depressed, or just grumpy? Because that would probably be in, like, this window around here. So maybe, like... somebody like this. You're grumpy, but not, like, about to die grumpy. Cathode Ray Tube is gifting the Computer Gremlin, which specifically is this. If you would like to win this mug, type in !enter for your chance to win. But that's only on the Twitch chat, sorry, YouTube. Ice Blue is an old grump. And his dower is a rule and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is also open to changing his mind. Cleared Rim is his name, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. So this is a cavern fort, and it's also very large. We're also on a map with a mysterious palace, although the mysterious palace is dead. And also a bunch of dwarves recently died because one of my soldiers tantrumed. So we're going to have to deal with that shortly. He personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and views loyalty unfavorably. He likes rose gold and jasper opal, as well as tunnel tubes, spiny dogfish leather, and ibex.
Honk, 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 honk.
Bonesaw, thanks for the 23rd month. Welcome back. Dude, it's been a long time. Like 23 months, man. Time flies, okay? Time files itself away faster than I notice most of the time. Thanks for sticking around, dude. Appreciate you. He likes rose gold, jasper opal, tunnel tube wood, spiny dogfish leather, ibex hoof, and sea serpent tooth. Good luck with that last one. Shy Pandemonium, congratulations. You've won the mug. Thank you very much for the gift, Cathode. He likes sea serpent tooth, amber, the color fern green, spears, male shirts, and worms for their wriggling and the sound of the euphoric butterfly and the sight of the meandering lyrics. When possible, prefers to consume kangaroo and sewer brew and absolutely hates burning maggots. So for whatever it's worth, Fakio, I was in a terrible mood last week. So if I seemed cranky, I'm very sorry. I moved a month and a half ago and basically hit the ground running and was just like pretty beat by the end of it. So Yeah. So now I get to figure out exactly how bad that fight was. Pretty bad. These are all dwarves in hospital right now. Thankfully, only one of them is a doctor. It's just one of my bone doctors. So let's check. Do I have multiple bone doctors? I don't have a chief medical dwarf. Well, that's not good. So let's get a chief medical dwarf, shall we? I got several decent diagnosers. Let's chuck in Stackhood. Now, if I go in here and type in rest, it's Edom, who's the bone doctor, who's injured. I do have 2 bone doctors, so we should be okay. I wonder, can I? Yeah, okay, I can put the chief medical dwarf. Oh, you are already a diagnoser. We'll leave you as my diagnoser. 2 bone doctors are resting? Is Snail resting? I didn't see Snail in there. No? Snail's moving. So we've also lost several dwarves in the hallway, including Lanix and Edom, which is why, you know, there's some pretty rough moods at this exact moment. We're also in the process of attempting to set up a mist generator, because the dwarves have just been quite upset, especially as of late. This dwarf is sitting in some Forgotten Beast ichor. I guess you just had it cleaned off of you. That's grim. Well, I mean, I'm not streaming Artifact. Oh, can you even play Artifact anymore? I guess you can. I guess I'm part of one of those, the 10 people who's like particularly poisoned because I was going to, by the way, there's a lot of tombs in this fort. I was particularly poisoned because I was going to video game conventions right when Valve was launching Artifact, the game. So I associate the word artifact with the game Artifact. Almost more than Dwarf Fortress. And also people streaming movies on Twitch. Those are my 2 heavy associations with the word artifact. Drink, sleep, and ponder? Mm-hmm. Until you're like, man, I could use some martial arts right about now, but, you know, drink, sleep, and ponder, yes. How's you, dwarf? So Nodokasa, your name's Nodokasa, yeah? Well, apparently I can't search the dead list because it clears too quickly. You are dead. You are dead. I'm pretty sure you died in one of the various Forgotten Beast raids. I don't think you died due to minecart oopsie. Pretty sure it was a Forgotten Beast raid. But you are dead, Nodokasa. That's how your dwarf is doing. Might come back as ghost if I forget. Good news is it does seem like the doctors are getting to work pretty quick. I mean, I am seeing plenty of dwarves doing various, like, patient-y jobs. Like, we got 2 dwarves dressing wounds right now. We've got 2 dwarves decorating stuff with bones, you know, as you do. Lots of cloaks getting made and whatnot. Plenty of picking up of equipments. We got another dwarf recovering wounded? There's still wounded that need to be recovered? Are you in the military still? Yeah, you are. You are in the Glad portals. Irel, I'm removing you from this squad, even though you look like you'd be good in it. You're just too upset. We really need to just, like, sort out a lot of the moods in this fort. Also, a cat was found dead. That's great. That's great. Do I have a manager who's not injured? Is my next question. Yes, I do, and they're not pissed, which is lovely. Did you send out that order? Yes, you did. Okay, so someone's gonna go make those coffins, hopefully. As far as this fort goes, as I said earlier, it's a cavern fort. It's currently sealed off, I think, or at least that door is sealed off. We've got quite the wall set up around. The actual perimeter of the fortress should be safe. Fingers crossed. round of beers to that, I guess. But if you actually go down here and then you go south, it leads to this. Now, this is a spiral stairwell thingy that's going to go all the way up eventually. Like, I'm going to bring this up to the surface. That is the long-term plan for it. But if you actually go down to it, what it is it's a entryway. I may actually continue the stairwell over there, but it's an entryway that goes down into my actual front door of the fort, which is down and in here. And as you can see, we kind of shot some goblins down here. It was a good time. But this long walkway leads all the way to this. This is a railgun, made using impulse ramps and Breaking Dwarf Fortress's physics to fully automatically accelerate stuff to ridiculous levels. And it's very fun. It's a good time. But this then goes up here and into the fortress through my, well, this is supposed to be my place where the military trains, but currently it's just where there's a body and this one dwarf servant. She was just chilling, I guess. That's currently the fort. We are currently overcoming a calamity because I had a dwarf go around and commit a crime. By that I mean tantruming real badly. I really, 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 really need to build a prison and also get a captain of the guard up and running, because as you can see, we're getting these disorderly conduct calls and I have no idea who's doing them. So I think priority number 1 for today is build a prison. Priority number 2 is get that captain of the guard up and running after we build said prison. So now it's just a matter of figuring out where I want to put the prison. So looking at this layout, chat, where do you think we should put the prison? I mean, this is probably going to be the captain of the guard's office back here, because there I've got Croc's office. What the heck do you do, Croc? Croc's my bookkeeper, okay. Over here, we have Arende, who is the mayor? Yes. Who was the spouse of the previous mayor, and who died. And then Havoc and his office. And Havoc, what do you do? Nothing. Why do you have an office? Oh, maybe you were the chief medical dwarf and I removed you. Havoc, would you like being captain of the guard? You're currently very happy and running around drinking. You want martial training, you want to be with family, you want to fight. How do you feel about the law? Deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. Personally believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are the highest of ideals, and sacrifice is also one of the highest ideals. Okay. Yeah, why not? Let's give Havoc the captain of the guard spot. Although, first, I'm going to see how many chains I have, because I would like to have an actual prison first. Wow, we got plenty. 10 sheepswool ropes. So I could put it back here with like a windows out into the graveyard. I could put it over by the tavern and then serve the criminals booze. I'm thinking back here. I'm thinking back here. Let's just bump up the priority on this slightly. Because then I can give them windows, you know? And nothing could possibly be worse than having to stare at Windows 8 for forever, so. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah, is making a nice prison. Yeah, I don't really want to do, like... I think it's kind of popular for people to do, like... I don't want to just say torture prisons, but prisons that are just more mean than anything. Oh my god, this is great. I haven't really used this tool before. That is awesome. Okay, so that's closest material. Now we just need hotkeys for all 3 of these, and we are golden. You know? We just need hotkeys. Still way more convenient than the older way. Way more convenient. Hugely convenient. Okay, so they're working on them coffins. I'm presuming we'll have made one soon. Sooner than later. You're making blocks. Has anybody made a coffin down here yet? Well, I'll just sit here and coffin up a lung and wait for them to grab my coffins. You usually have yours made of gold? What do we have for metals? I don't have much in the way of gold currently because I haven't mined any in a bit. I do have a decent amount of bismuth. I don't think I can make... Although actually a lot of that bismuth is probably just in workshops. I could do copper chains. Could probably do copper chains. So that's a little bit annoying. Yeah, okay. This thing right here, somebody drowned in, which is my well and also my fishing site. So I need to drain this, which is going to be a bit of a pain because I was smart and didn't build a way to seal it off. So probably what I should do is just go up to here and cave in a chunk and just block it off and drain it. Can they fish through grates? Grates won't stop them from falling in. They can, yes. But it won't stop them from falling in. They'll still fall through grates. Items, if moving fast enough. In a situation where something would get knocked into a pond, they'll also get knocked into a grate. Smitchell, thanks for the raid. What's up? How's things? Bolt Fi, hello. Mods, can I get a shout out for Smitchell, please? Presuming I have some mods lurking. Were you forting today or something else? If I can ask. What's up, TJ? That's quite the raid message you got there. What's your biggest design mistake ever? This has since been fixed, but things used to teleport through walls a lot more frequently than they do now. I mean, there's still some like very weird circumstances that can sort of cause that to happen, but not quite in the way that it used to. And I once had my dwarves training right next to a river inside of a constructed building above ground. And that was my worst design mistake ever. Half my squad ended up in the river, and I was like, what the fuck happened? What the shit? What the hell? Why? What are you doing? Yeah, I wasn't too pleased with that. How was my weekend? I kind of don't want to talk. I mean, like, I vanished for a bit because I was in a bad headspace and feeling like crap and kind of sick. So I got through it. I'm back now. Everybody's better for it. Save the game. I mean, if you insist. I'm not quite sure why you'd want me to do that, but... But yeah, no, we're back, and there's a new full-length video up, right? So like that's what matters. Is I took a break. I was gone for a week, and now there is a hour-long video about me letting a gremlin destroy my fort, and the gremlin is voiced by Von Galactic. So, you know, there's crossover interest there, I suppose. For safety, right. From myself, or what are we being safety from? Well, I mean, I would say you'd have to ask Von Galactic about that, because that is his voice line. I have permission from him to use the voice line from in the videos, but not outside of that. And I don't know what an "I need pants" emote would be. Would that just be the words? Because like I could make an "I need pants" emote, unless you mean like my face from that scene. The railgun is minecart impulse ramps. Also, Grammy video is doing quite well. I'd need to check historic data, but it looks like it's doing better than the last big video I did. It's over here. This is the railgun. and it fires these batteries of gold minecarts. Also, the dead dwarves are rotting. So let's go down here and... Oh. So, I'm curious about something. Is my burrow turned on? Yes, it is. Is there anything scary that's going to kill us? Because we keep getting invaded by undead on this map, and I just need to make sure there's no currently undead things on the surface. It doesn't look like it. So let's just turn off the burrow. I have no idea because I know nothing about Lua modding. I know nothing about Lua. I know very little about Dwarf Fortress modding, and I haven't seen any mods pop up yet. So what aspects of it excite me? I don't know. Tell me when you figure them out. But I don't use any mods generally. Yeah. DF hack isn't a mod. It's a, like, external piece of software that controls the game. The stream's vanilla because I don't find any mods interesting. It's not like I have anything against mods, really. I think a lot of people, like, assume because I don't use them, I don't like them or don't agree with them or something, which isn't true. Like, I've used mods in the past, quite extensively even. I just don't really bother. I mean, this is DF hack, but like I said earlier, it's not a mod. I also, if you're new to the game, wouldn't recommend using DF hack because DF hack by default automates a lot of systems, which can be useful, but makes it way harder to learn the game properly, in my experience anyway. Plenty of people disagree with me on that. That's just my opinion. The other way to quick save would be to, like, save and continue playing and just always use the same word, because then it just saves over the last one. Which I actually think that's a better way of doing it. I really need to get these bodies buried. Cool. Dwarves are finally making me coffins. I need those bad. I'm pretty sure you could. You'd have to make cloth blocks. I don't know how that would work. There used to be a lot of materials that were buildable that now aren't. Like, you used to be able to use anything that was considered a block to build, which included things like charcoal and soap, which was a little silly. Although charcoal had one practical use in that it was the only material in the game that couldn't be destroyed by dragonfire, which is actually super reliable. A wall with dragon Talos soap. How did you get that many dragons? Real talk. Saying didn't someone do that? Anybody who played Dwarf Fortress during that time period and played the game extensively probably built something out of soap at some point. So that's... I built a fortress out of soap once. Although specifically mine was rock salt and soap because rock salt was the same color as soap. Can finally start getting these dwarves buried. Yeah, because the game doesn't care about what you can and cannot do. And also because, like, the cloth buildings are supposed to be campsites, right? Like tents. So that makes sense, but the dwarves aren't camping, right? They're building a fortress. So it's a construction site. So it's kind of, where word this? A different use case, I suppose? Not sure if it was Mirror Quill. I never made a video on that. But, I mean, VODs from the times of old, certainly. But no, I never made a video on building stuff out of soap. I never did that. I think I could probably just do this with use current dolomite. Just fill all this up with dolomite because I've got so much dolomite. The thing that has me the most excited right now about Dwarf Fort is I want to see if they're actually going to continue with these super frequent patches. Because recently those patches, in Dwarf Fortress terms at least, have been very frequent. And I'm extremely curious to see what the next, 6 months of Dwarf Fortress patches are. And this can go to somebody else. Let's give that to the Chief Medical Dwarf. Let you in there. Orc is throwing a tantrum. Well, that's not good. But yeah, the leather huts are also, tents, right? That's what they're supposed to be. Yeah, because, well, here's the thing. So trolls are sheared the same way sheep are, which is very funny. So trolls just have really thick fur. It's like back hair specifically, and the goblins shear them. So that would just be a tent made by a faction that has a population of trolls. Still want catapults to fling poo. Didn't Tarn say in the interview that I just did with him that it is likely that we will be able to load whatever material we want into catapults once they redo them? I mean, then you just need to add poo to your game. And, honestly, that probably wouldn't be hard to mod. Make, privacy curtains or small tents or whatever. I'm sure people will find uses for them, even if they're just different wall sprites. I mean, for me, that's currently kind of like windows and bars is that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, or rather, that's what I use windows and bars for currently, is that kind of thing. But no, totally. I mean, obviously, I think more buildings is good, but the one point where I get a little cautious with just the more buildings thing is this. Right now, we have these offering places. It states specifically ornamental objects that increase the value of rooms in which they are placed. They do literally nothing. And there's a lot of people who seem to think that you need to put these in temples for the temples to function. Not true. They don't do anything. They are just an item that adds value to a room. I'm very hesitant about them making too many items like that, because then you'll end up with situations like the armor stands and the weapon racks. Armor stands can have armor put on them, but dwarves will remove the armor from the armor stand and put them into stockpiles, if there's a stockpile available, which leads to those infinite loops. Same with weapon racks. Dwarves will also put their weapons, if they're in the military and these are placed in a barracks, into the weapon racks. But dwarves will remove them and put them in stockpiles, which also creates infinite loops. So, personally, I think that if they add buildings, they should have a function, and they should think through the functions and not add them in after the fact. Because things that don't have a function, to me, feel very out of place in Dwarf Fortress, unless they add a new section of this build screen that just literally says decorations, which I'd be there for. Maybe within furniture, it's decorative. Which part of hospitals is buggy? Anna? Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you very much for the $10. Appreciate you. On the giant notes emote. But yeah, what part of hospitals is buggy? In my experience, when it comes to hospitals, quote unquote, being buggy, it's usually player error due to poor explanation. And I think that, So a poorly explained mechanic is indistinguishable from a, like, buggy mechanic in a lot of ways. So it's not a ridiculous statement. What would you do as a dwarven soldier? I mean, I wouldn't go repeatedly get the sword out of the, like, pile and then put it back every time some random peasant took my sword and put it into the pile. I wouldn't do that. So I guess currently dwarves faff about with the swords, and that's the problem. Which is why, like, just don't tick the store items here and it's a non-issue. Do what you gotta do, Mitchell. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Wasn't the stalking hospital's buggy? Okay, so do me, like, a favor here. What about it was buggy? All you had to do, like, I do recall an era where, like, nobody knew how they worked, but all it was you had to open up the hospital screen back in the day, put a container in the hospital, so, like, a chest or a bag at the time, and then go to your hospital settings, which was a very similar screen to this, or to the screen that it is now, which is this, and then just tell them what you want them to put in there, and then they fill it up. And then the items are there and they can be used. I do not recall any bugs there. I mean, yeah, they would restock them, and if you set the numbers super high, it would take a while. But, like, that's something that I never recall there actually being issues. I do recall, like, when this screen was built for the Steam version, it took people a while to learn it. And I do recall people complaining about hospitals not working, but just not understanding that they had to put a container in the hospital. So also, another thing, generally if you haven't played in a while, state that first, and then, you know, I could just say that it works now, regardless. You just didn't figure it out at the time. All right. I mean, it's something that, like, is forever frustrating. We're about to get hit by ads. I will stop what I'm saying when we get hit by ads. Something that will forever frustrate me about Dwarf Fortress is that it's been around for a really long time. Now we're in ads. Shit. I will unpause when ads. Actually, I'll just do a quick save. Imagine getting stitches made out of troll hair or yak hair. I doubt the dwarves washed them first. What's my FPS ATM? Well, right now it's 3 because I'm saving. It usually sits around 60, though, in this fort. I may actually lock it at 60 because I think that 70 might be a bit quick for some people. Because it's usually just whatever I have it locked at, unless I'm over 250 dwarves. Yeah, that's something that I think is really funny, Fakio, is Dwarf Fortress used to be a game that I think people would just learn for the nerd cred and never actually fully learn back in the day. So to this day, I will see people, like, advising friends who are learning this version in their Twitch chats or, like, on a voice call and giving them incredibly incorrect information that was, like, not correct at the time, but was one of those things where, like, everybody presumed it was the case at the time. Like, Tarn's talked about this a lot of times where, like, a lot of the best Dwarf Fortress stories have just some absolutely impossible made-up bullshit in them, and the people telling the stories don't even realize that they're misinterpreting what the game's trying to communicate. And Tarn's just like, well, I don't really have the heart to tell them. I kind of like that, though. That's what makes the game good, is the fact that it has the capability of convincing you that something is intended when it's not. All right, where was I? My biggest frustration with Dwarf Fortress is kind of what I was just rambling about. It's a game that's been around for a really long time, right? So because it's been around for a really long time, there's stuff that was correct at one point that stops being correct at another point. And, like, I'll have people telling me things that, sure, was accurate in 2012 or 2014 or 2016, but got fixed in 2019, and they obviously weren't playing in 2019 and haven't come back since. And then they'll be correcting somebody in my chat and be like, no, this is bugged. It's like, okay, like, I understand Dwarf Fortress is, like, a notoriously buggy game in a lot of weird ways, but it's often buggy in ways that make the game better. But the game-breaking bugs tend to get fixed pretty quickly. Like, if something is like actively demolishing the enjoyability of the game, usually those get fixed pretty quick. Like, generally. Like, people still tell me that, like, Mark dwarves are broken. They're not. You just can't select what ammo type they use, which is fine. You just have to dig a trench in front of your, like, crossbow or mark, your training wall or whatever, targets, so that you don't destroy the arrows when you shoot them, or the bolts if you're using crossbows, which you should. But that doesn't make them broken. And yeah, they'll melee when they run out of ammo, or if they end up in melee range, so don't put them in melee range. And people still complain that they're broken. It's like, I don't get it. Like, just put them on in a tower like they're supposed to be, and they work fine. I mean, Assassin's Creed Unity is literally unplayable and doesn't have functional faces. Fact. No, actually, I'm pretty sure that game runs fine now. Looks okay now. We've got some migrants, which is always lovely. I think they can make it into the fort. Silver Scimitar, excuse me. Must have been dropped by a migrant wave previously. Do you have DF hack running, Freeways? Because something is definitely stuck. I would just type in a real quick exterminate and see what the animal populations are and see if there's something stealth that's stuck somewhere. Like, just type in exterminate. And it'll tell you what's on the map that's alive. And look for something that you haven't seen before and see if something's stuck somewhere. Because that's likely your problem. Just trying to get the last of these bodies buried so that I can catch these moods before they just get completely out of hand. You want to know how to just completely negate the concerns of the clothing system? Set up a fabric system in the first year. Right? So just set up a repeating job to process 10 plants at a farmer's shop when there's 10 plants available to be processed. That'll make them into thread and then make a loom somewhere, and they'll just automatically sew it into fabric, right? Do that right around season 2, season 3 of the first year. Then plant pigtails. Make sure you have at least one pigtail farm, and if you really want to make sure you have enough fabric, like if you're not planning on spending a lot of time in caverns and there's no cobwebs on the surface, just disable brewing pigtails, and just make sure you have at least one farm making pigtails. Then what you do is you literally just go here and you just say make 10 of each when there's less than 10 of each, and set it to repeat quarterly. And you adjust the clothing that they have, so the clothing that the dwarves are wearing, and you will probably never run out of clothing or fabric. Like, it's extremely easy. It's just like brewing. It's just something you need to be on top of at the beginning. But if you let it get ahead of you, it's hard to catch up, which I think is a good system. It's not overly complicated. In fact, I would say it's simpler than other clothing systems I've played in similar games or used in similar games. And as far as clothing being strewn around is hard to find, when you're making your like refuse stockpile, which I should probably organize this better so that we can actually make these bones into crafts, but I digress. If you go into here and you go to finished goods, although they'll do this anyways with item types, but you go to finished goods. If you add in, just go into here and type in where for finished goods, add all of these and all the material types, just maybe not the masterwork ones or artifact ones. Anything that is damaged will automatically just be put in there. And anything that's put into a refuse stockpile degrades at 400% speed, which for clothing is like 6 months. So just have a refuse stockpile that's set to take clothing. Clothing gone. And also, if you've got dwarves leaving clothing everywhere, give them a cabinet in their bedroom. If they have a cabinet in their bedroom, they will put all of their clothing that they no longer want to wear, regardless of if it's damaged or not, and especially if it's damaged, because they want to keep it. Dwarves are hoarders, and they'll just leave it in their cabinet. And then when that dwarf dies, the dwarves will empty it out and put in another one. Oh, that's your problem. I would just type in exterminate cave fish man, and then lower their population levels, and your frame rate will come back. That'll do it. Also, hey, Gord Casto, what's up? 'Tis good to see you. Hope you've been well. Got a lot of construction. So we gotta get this prison built. No, they won't, because nothing goes into a fuse stockpile unless it's damaged. And also, does it matter? Dwarves don't get unhappy thoughts unless the masterwork quality item was destroyed. So you just have more crafting jobs for your dwarves to keep doing. And you will, and I repeat, you will have too much clothing in your fortress. You always will. So does it matter? It's just more crafting jobs. Crafting jobs is good. Also, some dwarves will just abandon their clothing and leave it when something nicer pops up, regardless of if it's damaged. Basically, my theory of Dwarf Fortress, stop fucking overthinking and just work with what you gotta. And you will enjoy the game untillionth times more. And don't worry about doing everything perfectly, and not everything needs to be perfectly set up all of the time. I'm gonna go fix my green screen. If you want a game about achieving perfection, they've made that. It's called Factorio. Dwarf Fortress is a game about achieving chaos. It's trying to create chaos. A lot of the questions that you were asking the past week, Fekio, which is what was irritating me, I guess, at the time, because I was in a bad mood and getting sick, is how do I rein in the chaos? Play a different video game. I hate to break it to you. That's how you rein in the chaos. Yeah, or just queue up 100 of each once a year, enemy. Like enemy said. Like that'll work, totally. It'll absolutely work. Well, the thing about Dwarf Fortress's systems is it doesn't matter how good you are at the game, unless you're actually like reverse engineering the game with DF hack and looking at the code, it's very hard to 100% figure out how the systems work because the game intentionally obfuscates information to help manufacture chaos, right? So that's kind of part of it. Like, don't worry about understanding the systems. We are trained as people who play video games to understand all systems all the time and to be able to perfectly micromanage everything. That's not Dwarf Fortress's intent or goal, right? Like, in some ways, sure, there are systems that you're benefited if you manage them efficiently. But outside of, like, the mission-critical things to keep dwarves alive, not really. Like, okay, if you mismanage your lava storage and dump lava all over your whole fort, that's kind of bad. But, like, also kind of fun. Whereas if you are, you know, like as an example, right? The video I uploaded this morning about that gremlin. That fort, I was intentionally driving into the ground by the end. Because it was entertaining. Like, just, oh no, a siege showed up. Let's just throw the dwarves at it because fuck it. I wasn't going to survive anyway. There was too many of them. Unless I played the game in an extremely boring fashion. And that's where Dwarf Fortress shines for me. So I kind of give up with answering your questions a lot of the time because you're trying to play a game that I'm not playing. Which, okay, that's fine. Just understand that. All right, where's Havoc? There's Havoc. So I'm going to put Havoc in as my captain of the guard because he needs a task. And oh, shit! Oh, that's cool, actually. My, mayor wants me to make coins. I haven't had a call for coins in forever. I'm totally okay with that. What do I have for bars in excess? I've got quite a bit of copper. Let's just mint 2 copper coins per year. Or per season. Actually 3, probably. Although I think currently he's asking for 2, but we'll just say seasonally 3. Exactly, Cathode. I kind of do as well, Bonesaw, but at the same time, I kind of don't. I think I would like coins to have a value rebalance a little bit. And I would like certain traders to value coins more. I don't know if I want coins to really take part in the game much. I think adventure mode, they should be made more clear, personally. Okay, so you're just going to go Chain Urist, which is one of my militia captains. No, totally Clockwork Dragon. I think, you know, a lot of, like, you know, I play video games as much as anybody, right? And I think that there is a point where we've been taught that video games are supposed to be a certain way because of how they are in most games. And Dwarf Fortress just kind of does a lot of that stuff backwards. So a lot of learning to play Dwarf Fortress is unlearning how to play other games. Which is very counterproductive, I guess. They're not that big. I think that's a very late response to that message, but those tombs are not particularly big. It's also, you know, a source of mined materials. I found Origin's nose. Huh. Seems like a fight just ended with a dwarf dying. So that's good. Is there nobody reporting a crime? All right. Yeah, like, I feel like that's a very human thing, right? Like, humans are the ones that have the most, quote-unquote, functional currency in adventure mode. It could also be neat if, like, elves accepted coins that were minted in lava as, like, a reason to, like, go for lava forges early, kind of. You're arresting my chief medical dwarf, okay. But stuff like that, I think, would actually be interesting. You know? Like, reasons to work towards specific things. Like, I think mechanics that make players interact with pre-existing systems are cool. Especially if they're the sort of thing that, like... okay, so I'm not a game developer. I don't know how much work any of these random things we're spitballing about would actually be. But especially things that don't require huge reworks of existing systems. I think that would be really interesting. Or that kind of thing is really interesting, I guess. Looks like we're caught up on all the bodies. Still got 3 more happening. There was, okay, so a couple days after Steam launched, probably, Jody, I had a dwarf that was named after somebody from chat, who I forgot to name for like 15 minutes already, so I already felt bad. Named them, and then that dwarf almost instantly died in a waterfall that froze. Like, within 10 seconds. I felt real bad. Although it was pretty funny. Also, I was in the middle of a ramble. So Jesse XV, thank you very much for the for the 10 months, by the way. Appreciate you, dude. Do I build houses on the surface? It depends on the fort. My constructions vary wildly from fort to fort and have very little consistency from fort to fort. Aside from that, they're consistently inconsistent, I guess. So sure, I build houses on the surface if I'm building a surface fort with houses on the surface. But I don't always build surface forts. Just trying to get rid of these teeth. So I'm curious, has anybody become a mountain home since the change to the randomly visiting nobles was made? Because that is actually a bug that I'm hoping has been fixed. Because I went and loaded up a older fortress that was a capital, and it still had stuff arriving after that patch came out. So I'm wondering if it's like a new saves only kind of deal. Going to store for snacks? What kind of dwarf would you like before you go to store for snacks? Korlak Bard just came to you for it? Oh boy. The government knows. So just understand, asking for an angry dwarf likely means one of three things. You're going to die of stress and anxiety, you're going to be expelled due to over tantruming, or you're already dead, basically. Are you positive you want the grumpiest dwarf? Because you're probably not going to live 2 seasons if you actually take that. So do you want a dwarf? Or do you want a dwarf that's already dead? Like, as an example, this dwarf's probably got 6 months left, maybe. People keep asking for really grumpy dwarves. If you just don't want a dwarf, we might as well just give you a dwarf to give a dwarf to somebody who wants a dwarf that will live for a bit. Azacid is a cranky child, yes, although his parents died in front of him, so I don't blame him. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, random elven kings is neat. Okay, so you do want to die right away. Well, good luck with your life, then. Don't be surprised when you turn up dead, yeah? That sounds worse when you say it that way. For me, I don't know why. Jody. You believe in... Hey! Yeah, I mean, yeah, your dad died in front of you. Anyway, personally would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, is very greedy, assertive, and isn't given to flights of fancy, is generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and often feels discouraged, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, is very humble, and is grateful when others help her out, tries to return favors, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Can handle stress, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees the whole idea of taking the time to master a skill as appalling and believes that war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Believes romance is distasteful. You're fucked. Likes hornblende and rose gold as well as vampire opal and giant mountain goat horn and giant kestrels for their coloration. The sight of the silkiness of festivals and when possible prefers to consume wine, persimmon wine, and hates blood gnats. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis into the YouTube chat gets a dwarf. I stand by my statement, Jody. I know what you meant. Satisfied while yelling at a priest. Relatable. No. Surface forts wouldn't have... So the PTSD to seeing the sun is what happens if you stay underground for a really long time, YouTube chat. So if you stay underground for a really long time... I guess nobody in YouTube chat gets a dwarf because nobody has found the pickaxe emoji yet. In fact, somebody just asked if there's a pickaxe emoji. Like, Glib Joe Mama literally just posted it in the Twitch chat 3 times. So Twitch chat's found it already. As well as found fun, creative alternatives. And I guess no dwarfs this round for YouTube chat. Maybe next time. But no, PTSD is caused when dwarves spend too much time underground and then go above ground. So as long as they spend at least part of their time above ground, like once every couple weeks, they'll be totally fine. Nah, too late, YouTube chat. Instead, the first person to put 3 smiley face emojis, I'll make it easy for you, gets a dwarf. I'm waiting. How did you pressurize the lava like that? Lava tries to level out. So if you have lava up here, exiting on lava down here, it'll try to bubble up to up here. Alternatively, if you have a really tall pump stack and you have a floodgate at the front of the pump stack, let's say it's 200 levels tall, 1 pump wide, every single tile of lava exits the pump stack when you raise the drawbridge. So that's 2 ways to pressurize it. So combination of the lava exiting at a higher level and the entirety of the pump stack being full can equal push. You can get a pretty fountain. Rayleigh, there you go. What kind of dwarf would you like? You may have an advantage. There's literally a button on the YouTube chat. It's like, it says add emotes, and then you type in pick, like here, let me show you. The Twitch chat expert is going to show the YouTube chat how to YouTube chat. Like literally, you do this. You click this button, and then you search pickaxe, or I guess pick. It's a pick. Is it literally just pick? You know, that thing. It's very simple. There's literally a button there. It was really interesting to see. Yeah, no, there's several ways that you can pressurize liquids that aren't water. It's fun. Isn't it called cave adaptation? Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of people seem to think that dwarves are, like, purely underground creatures, which is not true. In fact, like, overworld generation stuff proves that this isn't true because, like, the majority of dwarven populations generally live not in the mountain homes. They live in the, they live in the hillixes. The farming communities. You can't think of anything? Rayleigh, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? That's the only preference I really need from you. Because some people are picky. And if you're not picky, that's fine too. But yeah, the fun part about cave adaptation was that was one thing that was completely broken when Steam launched. Cave adaptation just straight up didn't work. Which is funny because like 2 versions before the Steam version, there was a version where cave adaptation worked too well and was there all the time. Which is kind of like almost the opposite problem. So that's a thing from Terry Pratchett, Dan Banana. Which is a very, 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 very easy to change setting in the game's files, but is off by default. So if you've ever played this game before and have at least one partially functional eye like me, you'll very clearly see that, well, dwarves that are ladies don't have beards. And if you read English at a relatively competent level and have ever looked at a female dwarf's description in the ASCII version, you'll also see that they don't have beards. Unless you enable them in the like game files. by commenting out a line. Bearded. Okay. I just want to look something up real quick. Because... God damn it, no clip. When are you going to upload your video? Okay. So we'll just go happiest bearded dwarf. Because you get to live, hopefully. You're carrying a wild boar head. Ah, delicious. Never noticed? See, this is the nice thing about being legally blind, is it forces you to be observant. Because I have to look at things very closely. Ray Lee from YouTube chat is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. Has a sense of vengeance. Has no sense of vengeance or retribution, and generally can think before acting. Dislikes helping others, and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He often feels lustful, tends to not reveal personal information, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still. His tongue sticks out when he's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and has a deep dislike of the natural world, finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and does not care much about fairness. Likes ornament as well as black bronze and pink jade, jute fabric, the color light blue, maces, anvils, and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and iguana men for their head bobs. And the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume artichoke wine and can't stand oysters. He's married and worships the god of wealth and gems. Welcome to the fort. I thought that Lord of the Rings, like, it was never fully stated, although I never got too far into the Lord of the Rings expanded universe. The only one that I know, the only, like, fantasy world that I know, like, for fact that lady dwarves have beards is Terry Pratchett. Man, if I couldn't, like, decipher the difference between, like, a letter, like, letters I received in the mail and, like, the opposite sex, I think I would have a pretty big problem.
Hey, 7 months, heck yeah. Preach you fella.
Cheers, McTavish. Or McPreesh, rather. Totes. Appreciate you. Chat, I gotta go take a leak, and we're in an ad break. I'm just gonna pop a quick save, and I will be right back. So, kind of a weird thing. Well, maybe not weird, I guess. Normal in a way. They're drilling through concrete a couple blocks, not even, from my apartment. And my office / bedroom has carpet. I can't feel it here. If you walk into my living room, where it's like a hardwood equivalent fake flooring, you can feel it. It's not, it's like, is there an earthquake? If I couldn't hear like the of them drilling in concrete, I would be wondering right about now. Yeah, but isn't that like somebody just being funny in a bar while drunk? Mana? I don't know. I'm not the biggest Lord of the Rings buff anyway. So you're probably all correct, and I'm probably very wrong. You know what? I'm totally fine with that. How permanently injured are you? B-Lug, I'm booting you out of the military because your ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. Should probably just queue up the military and just boot out all the upset ones. Let's get you guys training. There they go. Let's also expand this. And let's go here. And go, why are you mad? Coins? Did I not tell them to make coins? Oh, I told them to make copper coins. It's quite a possible amount of copper, actually. What's this? Gold? Let's just smelt some gold. Gold! Eat those. I'm gonna stop making gold coins and instead make copper coins. Or gold, or stop making gold statues and make gold coins. Because I kind of don't want to upset my mayor more than I need to. All right. You're just making coke. There's gold kind of everywhere over here too. Your apartment is a wood structure, and you can feel them plow the snow down the road. Yeah, mine's a concrete building, so it kind of takes a lot, but I do definitely feel like shaking when they're drilling through concrete. They're ripping up most of the road that I live next to, and are removing between 2 to 3 lanes, depending on the area, and replacing them with bike lanes and better crosswalks. So I'm pretty stoked. Like, it's kind of great, actually. So I'm totally fine with them just, like, making my minute-to-minute life slightly less pleasant in exchange for that, because that's a win in my book. That is a massive win in my book. All right, let's scroll down to here and see who's pissed. Jurist. Which squad do you lead? You lead this one. I might just delete this squad, actually. Twitch is pissed. I guess that kind of checks out. Servish. Servish. There you are. Hammer Dwarf. Okay, Vish. So we'll leave Servish. We'll get rid of you. And you. Can get replaced by somebody else. And a dwarf was found dead. Because Origin 64 killed him. I've got some crimes being poised against Iral. And I should probably interrogate Origin 64 if that didn't get, you know, witnessed. Because dude has caused too many problems. Lady has caused too many problems. I can't... Okay, so can you give me some context for this question? Because my response is to respond to that as a joke answer because I can't read it as an actual question. Orc with bow. In what context? Dwarves drink approximately once every 3 weeks. Liquid in Fortress mode. In Adventure mode, they need to drink once a day, but if they have more than 3 drinks, often they will die of alcohol poisoning. So... I don't know how to answer that question. What is the context of the question? down a twisty country road with no sidewalk. That was me growing up. Yeah. Although not to get groceries. That was just to get to my friend's house. But yeah, no, I specifically moved to a city that had walkable, traversable streets. And it's funny because I only ever hear people who own cars complaining about them. And it's kind of cathartic, I'm not going to lie. But like, if the question is actually just how do I stop my dwarves from getting like too drunk, don't have a tavern keeper, or make sure that they actually have like ample tasks to complete. Because often I feel like most people either chronically overwork their dwarves and then they are lacking in just about everything, or they chronically overwork their dwarves and so thus they are lacking in just about everything. And I find this to be kind of funny in a weird way, but also like, you know, kind of par for the course because it just kind of is how Dwarf Fortress is. It's very easy to either overwork or underwork your dwarves. If you're overworking your dwarves, you're gonna have a higher chance of tavern brawls because of dwarves drinking too much. If you're underworking your dwarves, well, same thing. I mean, I'm just kind of not reading it at this point because it. And when it like, there was an era of my life where I was pretty up on Lord of the Rings lore, but there was also an era of my life where I cared about Star Wars. So, you know, like enjoy the lore and the worlds that you enjoy and talk about them as much as you like. As long as it's not My Little Pony, then I will just make fun of you mercilessly and probably time you out. Unless you're like a parent going, oh God, I know too much of this shit because my child keeps watching it. Which is a very different situation. I think it would probably help if I just opened this door, wouldn't it? You like that with Bluey? Yeah, that's fair. Probably know all of the expanded universe Bluey lore. Little Pony writes jokes for the parents. I mean, isn't that like what every decent show does? Beat criminal. Excellent. Who we beat? Okay, so we apparently are too short on chains and cages. I don't think there is. As somebody who has been quote-unquote pissed drunk before, Hilmer in YouTube chat, I don't think there is a good variant of pissed drunk. I think pissed drunk is just kind of a sad state of affairs in general. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. I will make fun of you if you like My Little Pony and are a grown adult. It's just low-hanging fruit and easy. I'm allowed to be petty. Nothing wrong with that. I'm really curious as to who you're going to go beat right now. Cappy here has spent too much time underground. You know, all of this talk about Tolkien makes me wonder this. I've started reading again recently, chat. Although it's mostly been biographies and like real world nonfiction. And I have a question, because somebody here probably knows the answer to this question. When I was younger, I read the first 2 books of Wheel of Time and really liked them. But then life got busy and I never returned. Is that series worth reading? Or should I just say fuck it and like reread Dune? Because it's kind of between, like when it comes to like big fantasy epics, it's kind of between Dune and Wheel of Time. Did they manage to end that series in a way that was even remotely satisfying? Or is it just, meh? Just reread Dune? not related at all. Did anybody here ever play the Wheel of Time video game? It was a really shitty third-person shooter. Because I did. It was bad. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. And they are zombies. Because of course they are. And they appear to have immediately left. I mean, you're just describing anime, Transfem. Also, how you doing? I maintain that the most successful soap opera of the last, like, 25 years is One Piece. That's it. Mic drop. You're right, though. I know, and people get mad at me when I say it. They can't handle the truth. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. So hopefully this will help unupset my military a little bit. I've heard a lot about Red Rising. And I've mostly heard about Red Rising from leftist political podcasts talking about the Red Rising subreddit being a bunch of trying to think of the word to use here. The same kind of people that, like, get the wrong message from Starship Troopers. But also being a good series? So I don't know. The people who think that the Marines and Starship Troopers are the good guys, those people. But yeah, at this point, I'm not really looking for recommendations. I think most likely what's going to end up happening is I'm going to stick to largely light stuff and then try rereading the first book of Dune. Because, like, I, for years, have just not had the time or the mental capacity to read any kind of fiction. Because I just get all my fiction from video games. It's that simple. I get my fiction from video games. Because I get my fiction from video games, it's like, well, why do I need more? Well, I know at the very least the first Dune is well written. Like the first couple of books. But Dune also kind of had I guess, a similar character arc to the Wheel of Time in that it just kind of never ended when it should have. But I guess that kind of probably happens to a lot of things, right? Hopefully you can recover there, Dwarf. Just want to practice a craft. You want to be with family, be with friends. You want martial training, so you'll be happy here. This is kind of tough, because, like, most of these dwarves want some form of martial training. You're anxious and zany. Zany's fun. Zany means that they don't mind being naked. And the fun thing about zany is the first time I had a gremlin loyalist in my fortress, I guess, that joined my fortress and was my captain of the guard, he was zany. So unlike the gremlin in the gremlin video, that gremlin loved being naked and, like, got enjoyment out of it, and so was just super ecstatic all the time about being naked. It was literally just like a 12-year-old, or maybe not 12-year-old, like a 6-year-old. Just like, look at me! It's just funny. Small child. If you like Game of Thrones, I don't like Game of Thrones. Sorry, no. But noted. No, I have no interest whatsoever in Game of Thrones. I have a mild interest in the Wheel of Time because I read them when I was younger, which is kind of was the basis for this conversation originally. So, but Chad has told me I should just go reread Dune, so we'll probably just do that instead. Let's go find me some Frank Herbert. What are you? More accurately, why are you? Not equipping gear. That's fascinating. All right, well, I'm just going to go one layer down here. Deconstruct that. This right here is just going to be for weapons and armor. Just a little stockpile for weapons and armor. You know, I'm going to be completely honest. I've read a few excerpts from Terry Pratchett because people have told me to read Terry Pratchett. I think the absurdity of Terry Pratchett is never going to work for me. Like, seeing the bits and pieces that people have recommended over the years and been like, because like, if you hang around this chat for any period of time, like Terry Pratchett comes like constantly, which is fine. That's great. But I see it as very unlikely that I would ever get into Terry Pratchett in any meaningful way. Like, I'm not going to knock his like ability to write or anything. But I don't know. No, totally. But like, that's the disconnect I have. Like, here's the thing, right? The type of reading I like doing is nonfiction. Because I don't like heavy amounts of absurdity. Which is one of the reasons I've like basically stopped reading fiction kind of entirely. Because I have a very hard time suspending disbelief. So I don't know. Like I've like here's kind of a similar thing, which is also kind of absurd. In trying to reintroduce, like this is not an easy thing for me. For clarity here, reading fiction, like this is actually something that's difficult for me to do and something I kind of need to force myself to do. But I think it's healthy, so I probably should, which is why I've been trying to look at it again. I'm probably gonna go reread all of the Stephen King short stories I read when I was younger, which also kind of similarly absurd, but it's like absurd in ways that like I don't get taken out of it, if that makes sense. Do me a favor, Squizzly. If I say that I don't think something will gel with me, repeatedly just recommending different things by same author is just going to net you the same response and make me want to read it less. So feel free to recommend them, but it's very unlikely at this point in my life I will read Pratchett. I have no idea who that is, enemy. Am I into sci-fi? I'm into sci-fi film. Because if you're going to recommend The Expanse, I've seen the entirety of the show. To give you an idea, I've also seen like almost every episode of Star Trek with the exception of the new seasons, the new series, and Enterprise. You wrote Fight Club. Okay, I know who that is then. I mean, I've tried to read a couple of Stephen King's books and never finished one of them. Like I tried a couple of times when I was in my teens because I had a Stephen King phase, I guess. Maybe not really. I don't know. It wasn't that crazy of a Stephen King phase, but Dark Tower, Burgund. I read the first 2 Dark Tower books and then started the 3rd one and got bored. And then tried again on audiobook and didn't even make it through the first one. terrible movies. Pretty good books, from what I remember anyway. Honey Badger has returned to a wild state, and who's surprised? Well, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure that Origin 64 has straight up killed people. But we weren't able to get anything out of the interrogation. Maybe it's because, like, we actually interrogated him for a crime he didn't do. I'll just interrogate you for all of these. Man, they've done a pretty good job of making this menu sort more coherently. Makes me wish they'd just hurry up and cast Elba as Bond already. I wish they would stop making Bond movies. Like... Like, it's a fun universe. But to me, Bond as a character is kind of rot. Like, I want a Q movie. Like, give me Idris Elba as Q. You know? Give me, like... different characters from the Bond universe. What kind of nonfiction do I read? Actually, give me. The sad part about this is what I'm suggesting with Bondle is they would actually just like make like streaming service exclusive TV shows about these characters. I wouldn't mind like origin stories for the bad guys. That could be fun. But what type of nonfiction do I read? I read John Romero's book, Life in First Person: The Making of Doom. That was fun. I'm currently reading Confessions of a Recovering Engineer. Maybe half a chapter a day, so that'll take me a month to get through because I'm not a very fast reader. Let's do a combination of colors. Let's do basalt and jet. But I read a book called Shift Happens, which I kickstarted. Uh-oh. Kind of looked like for a second there was a crime being committed, but no, it's just the construction. Shift Happens was neat, especially... Although I will say I feel bad about talking about Shift Happens because I don't think you can buy it anymore. It was like a two-piece... I mean, I could go get it if you want. It's a two-piece massive hardcover book with the entire... Like, it's the complete history of keyboards, basically. So, like, from typewriters to, like, modern QWERTY keyboards. Complete with, like, ultra-high definition, full-color photos. And... it's almost a coffee table book, but it's also like that thick and incredibly dense reading about keyboards. So I don't know, for the right kind of nerd, it's like the greatest book ever written and was absolutely worth the $150 or whatever I paid for it on Kickstarter. Maybe the best thing I've ever kickstarted, actually. But what have you been reading about anthropology? I could see myself reading, like, books about archaeology. I could see myself doing that. Yeah, I don't know. Nonfiction is just easier for me to read. I don't quite know why. Yeah, no, it was a pain in the ass to get it shipped because it was like while Canada's still shipping was kind of fucked, thanks pandemic. Thankfully, that's no longer as big of a deal these days, but... by that, I mean, it's kind of not a big deal at all. Shipping is now fine here. But this is going to be my weapons and armor stockpile. Because I want to say I have one over here. But this should just be for lower quality stuff. Why is that forbidden? Let's just do superior and higher. Nothing unusable. And let's do no wood, no yarn, no silk, no shell, no plant, cloth, no leather, no bone. Let's literally just do greaves. I'm gonna be pretty specific about this. Oh, leggings and greaves. Let's do gauntlets. Let's do low boots, high boots. Let's do helms. And let's do armor, breastplates. That should be pretty much everything, I think. And for weapons, no unusable weapons. Higher level quality only. No other materials. No stone. Just metal. None of these. And sure, we'll just leave all those in. I've been a fan of Charles Mann books, a lot of pre-Columbian history. I mean, like, a well-written history book is, like, almost indistinguishable from, like, high realism fantasy. Like, a well-written history book is like, reading high fantasy. Because, like, that's how different Earth was back then, right? Like, our world has changed so much. It's almost indistinguishable. I don't know why you're not equipping anything. Are you incapable of using your hands? No. That is odd. Let's, set these all to no orders. Well, actually, let's just take them all off duty. So they dump all their stuff on the ground. Quad, I will type this in and also say it out loud because I'm not sure if you just got stuck in an ad. They will make 100 rocks into 400 blocks. Why are you trying to learn the Russian language? Been reading Russian classical novels since I started reading. I wish that sometimes last things in Russia did not happen. I've chosen Russian as a third language, and I would love to read them in Russian. I like listening to Russian. It's an interesting language to hear. Although, thanks to video games, the only thing I actually understand in Russian is getting cursed at. So, you know, is what it is. I mean, I've never seen nor read the Dresden Files, YouTube chat. But 2 seconds. I'm just gonna go grab Shift Happens. This fucking thing is Shift Happens. So it's like a giant 2-part thing plus the making of. It's like ridiculous. Like seriously, it's ridiculous. It's also very heavy. Trying to hold it with one hand, so I'm not gonna palm that anymore. But if I put 2 of these books back, I'll just go full screen for a second and show this to you while the game's paused. It's like... Just trying to find a good picture, and then I will hold it. Oh, there's some. Eh. You know, like this. This kind of thing. It's such a... He only did the one printing. I don't think he's going to do any more. Or he was saying he wasn't going to do any more. I don't know if he will. There we go. But if you're just a nerd about old computer stuff, try and find yourself a copy of one of these. Because holy shit, it's good. Or just go download a PDF or something. Because this thing is hefty. Huh. It's a life's work sort of book. The guy who wrote it, like, started working on it in 2015 and finished it in, like, 2024, so it was, like, 9 years or something. Got a bunch of tantrums getting thrown. Okay, there we go. Finally got you convicted of some of your crimes. You're off to go beat somebody now. How many chapters on the Model M? It takes place in eras, not specific chapters. So there was definitely quite a good chunk of Model M keyboard. But it's like, it's basically in 10 to 50 year chunks, depending on how much he's covering. And the chapters vary in length quite wildly. I read Raven's Shadow. Not familiar. What it? I do actually have the Dwarf Fortress manual, the one that they recently released. Hold on, sorry, this is book show and tell time. So I do have to say, thanks to Fangamer for sending me this, more specifically the artist who did this, Carrie Fry, reached out and sent this to me. But this thing, realistically, I'm probably never going to read this. But it is a neat thing. But the reason I have it is because they reached out specifically before sending it out, because they... to find it, there it is. I'm in the credits. So, because they used my tutorials, which is kind of funny. Okay, let's toss that over there. Which means I guess there's 2 video games and now that I'm in the special thanks for. Okay, so my chief medical dwarf is actually getting happier in prison. Origin 64 getting worse. Erel also getting worse. I am going to connect this to the hospital so that they'll get tended to by the doctors. So like Origin 64 here, who has an injury, should now get tended to by a doctor. Also give them beds. Although this might be a bad idea, giving them beds, but it's fine. I sent them out already? Yeah, if you were very, 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 very early. Am I in the credits for Path of Acra? That's news to me if I am. That's news to me if I am. I am? Okay, well then let's add another one to that list then. What did you miss? It's on Fangamer. You can go buy it now. It's a DF guidebook. It also comes with a DF-themed notebook companion piece. So you just diagnose the dwarf. You now have treatment up. This is about as ethical as you can be to your prisoners, is like actually making that into a hospital so that they get tended to. Yeah, I'll be completely honest with you. I wouldn't own any Dwarf Fortress merch if they didn't send it to me for free. Because buying merch from Fangamer is wildly expensive, and I have rhinos, apparently. Well, I guess we're training rhinos. Shit. I wasn't planning to train rhinos, but here we are. Them's get eaten. Why don't we try and tame them? Try and tame them a little bit. Although, maybe not humans, because I have a lot of... What are the name of these guys? These things. Knight's dog, right, yeah. Well, they're not an option. Okay. Will I end up having any clutches? Oh, yeah, no. I've got some trained giant tortoises over here, as well as some tamed giant tortoises. Although I've been eating most of the tamed ones because it turns out that you can just kind of keep training the trained ones to keep getting better at training the trained ones. So I'm just doing that. But I just kind of need to spot them laying eggs again. That or just remove tortoise eggs. Giant tortoise woman egg. Ugh. From this. Which, or maybe not from this one. I guess the other, yeah, this food stockpile down here. See, just remove these and then we should get more baby ones popping up. I don't think rhinos are war trainable, are they? If they are, that's news to me. That is news to me if that is indeed a thing. Okay, so general moods still ain't great. Let's kind of go through and find the really upset ones. Orc, you're still in the military. I'm removing you from the military. You hate it too much. Yeah, you hate it too much. What do you want to do? You want to be creative and acquire objects and have a good meal. You're a High Master Gem Cutter. I'm gonna unforbid these and let you cut gems. After you finish storing all these items in bins. They are war trainable? Okay. For some reason I thought they weren't. I'm trying to think now what I'm confusing them with then. Because I know elephants are also war trainable. Yeah, I'd be down to do war trained rhinos. But currently, oh yeah, by the way, I have a... I forgot about this. By the way, I have a rock, a trained rock, also apparently a vulture baby. Got a bunch of stuff to slaughter here. Not that meat ever really left the menu, but it's back for good now. Unicorns are not, in fact, war trainable. No. No, they are not. Also, somebody very conveniently destroyed this, what's it called? Not workshop. Farm field. So I don't need to do brass. I can put something else on top of it. Say jet. Didn't know you could do that? Yep, they're trainable. Rocks are also war trainable, yeah. The problem with rocks is they're very, very bad at breeding. They're kind of like I've had multiple breeding pairs of rocks and they've never fertilized each other's eggs. Like they just kind of sit there petrified, terrified all the time. So I've had horrifically bad luck getting anything to happen with rocks. I guess it's kind of like pandas. Slowly getting these tasks back up and running. Rock eggs must be huge. Yeah, I would say so. Gonna move the rock over to there, so I remember it's here. There he is. And you right here. Let's just do plump helmets. Sweet pods. Pigtails. Pigtails. Maybe they want to just party every day instead. Still forget flying? You know, it's been a long time since I've tamed one, so I don't know. Probably? Although I feel like a rock would probably be a pretty good critter to send out on raids. They'd probably be pretty good at that. I've never tried that. Maybe I should try that. Because I'll bet you that would be probably pretty good. We've also learned a few facts about rhino training, which means I need a place to pasture some rhinos. Now here's the question. I'll get to you in a second, Swaggin. Do I build an area and flood it and pasture the rhinos there? Or do I try and just pasture them out here? I think we build an area and then flood it. That's kind of where I'm convincing myself we need to go with this. Because I've got this pretty convenient little area down here that could probably just work. I've domesticated some of the tortoises, but some of them are the original, like, non-domesticated ones so that we can keep training them, so we keep learning facts so that we can train them more effectively. I think we'll just dig out this area for right now, and we'll flood it. Although, maybe not this side. Because then I don't need to worry about accidentally putting holes in the ceiling. So, Swagginskel would like any dwarf with a beard. All right, happiest unnamed dwarf with beard. Coming right up ders. Are you a dwarf with beard? Do you want to be a 2-year-old child? Or would you prefer an adult dwarf? Oh, probably, Audra. I feel like I always try to breed rocks when I get them. Because I'm always hopeful a second one will show up, and then either a second one never shows up, or, like, I just eat them. But yeah, I'll bet you they'd probably be pretty good for raids. That might be a fun thing to do with this fort. You'd prefer an adult dwarf. All right. You want somebody capable of doing skilled labor. I get it. Well, we got a bone doctor or the chief medical dwarf. Hello, devilish potato. How is users? Or is users, I guess, is kind of what I was trying to say, and then, like, failed halfway through the sentence. Chief Medic is good. All right. You got it. Also, thanks to everybody who's tuned in on the YouTube stream. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. We could very much do to have a couple more likes on that. Swaggins is trying to train a giant tortoise. And his brain is malfunctioning. What are you doing? It's just right there. I'm confused. You're also drowsy, which means you've been stuck for a while. You canceling a job? Ah, well, all these should be forbidden. But, yeah, that seems like a problem. But, like, why is that a task that you're trying to do? Oh, wait. Is it because you were in prison up until just now? Yeah, okay. You literally just got released from prison. That's got something to do with it. He's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and he generally can think before acting. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and can handle stress. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he prefers to be passive in discussions. And he has an active sense of humor. He tries to do things correctly each time and is still malfunctioning. All right, how about if I do this? I'll reassign you in a second. Maybe we'll just do this. I'll reassign you real quick. And then I will go to pets and livestock. These are all just assigned to any. Give these all to this animal trainer and this animal trainer. Dual-wielding dwarves are really effective. It depends on what they're dual-wielding. They shouldn't be effective, but it does depend on what they're wielding. Turns out locking the door helped. All right, well, we're just going to unlock this door again and then follow you. I'll have to keep an eye out on that. He thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things and likes to brawl. Though he is disturbed by this since he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He has an active sense of humor, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he has a sense of duty, and he enjoys the company of others. Shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. And respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and strongly values tranquility and quiet, and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes dacite, gold, and goshenite, as well as bugbat leather, and turkeys for their snood, as well as sturgeons for their bony. I know I've questioned what this word is before. Scoots? Probably said that wrong. And the sound of the tulip of sparkling and the sight of the silkiness of festivals of impossible prefers to consume blackberry wine and can't stand bark scorpions. Doesn't like scorpions when they bark at him, generally. He has a pet dog who is dead. I'm sorry. And had a pet dog. And no friends or family. But it's a chief medical dwarf, so I guess that's good. Niall, thank you very much for the 28th month. Holy crap, time flies. Good lord. Time flies too fast. Too fast, I tell you. We're just going to chuck in some bedrooms down here. Easy peasy. Snood is your new favorite word? Yeah, that's one that I did know before playing this game, was turkey snood. I don't know where I learned that one. It's just kind of a word that I feel like I've always known. It is a fun word, though. Because turkeys do have a pretty big snood. That's one of those words you didn't need in your vocabulary until you discover now it exists. And now you're like, well, I'm going to use that word a lot. It also like works well as an insult. Point your snoot in another direction. You know what I'm saying? It's got a real snooty attitude on that one. Yeah, no, they're like the bristles, aren't they? Or they're like bristles, but not. I think they were described to me as bristles. This poor dwarf is hauling a rhinoceros in a cage. Well, respect, Ishirir. You've earned some semblance of my respect. Snood was a game? What game? Oh no, this was supposed to be a metalsmith's guild, wasn't it? This was indeed supposed to be a metalsmith's guild. Well, totally boned that one up. Memory. You know, I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a screen in here that lists them, but I always forget where it is. It's like under agreements or something, but they also disappear when you fail them. Strange moods, hunting, curses, crime, wildlife, death, world, general. Yeah, I think they're listed in here somewhere, but basically I don't close them until I've made the zone for them. The only time I forget is when it's mid gameplay. It's separate gameplay sessions is the time that is generally when I forget them. Chat, should I tell him? Oh, well, Zalvi already beat me to it. Yeah, no, I've been helping them work on that since 2023. But it's supposed to be out this week sometime. Sometime this week. Loverboy, the founder's been found dead. To what? The gem setter? Orc killed him. Well, there's already people who've noticed. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to kill you. You know, you say that, enemy? But it wouldn't surprise me at all. as much as it's cool to be like, you know, a person of importance in a community to a degree, I would say that a lot of people who work in more traditional portions of the industry don't take this part of the industry particularly seriously a lot of the time. So there is very much a world where that wouldn't have happened. I mean, the only reason ended up taking part is because I literally walked up to them at PAX and asked if they needed help. Quite literally, the only reason. Built rapport and he naively complied. He agreed to he confessed to disorderly conduct that ended up in the death of somebody. It's pretty intense disorderly conduct, if you ask me. And this is just going to make it worse. What a shame. I'm your frame of reference for the game? Yeah, that makes sense. Possibly. It depends on which one you're referring to, Clockwork Dragon. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not everybody witnesses every single second of every single one of my streams, so it's perfectly understandable that people would be unaware that I'm taking part in that documentary, so. Man, what a bloody shame. What a bloody shame. Is there anything I would add to Dwarf Fortress? I wouldn't add anything to Dwarf Fortress, but I would add a magic power to my chat to automatically know what I'm thinking when they ask me this question. Not really. Generally, my easiest thing to say is just like go list off whatever quality of life changes that actually are positive changes to the game that everybody else asks for that I haven't thought of in the last 10 seconds. And then whatever Tarn wants to work on. I think it's very easy for people who play games to just point and say, I want game to have this. And in my experience, a lot of the time that leads to worse games. Like, I think that audience feedback is important, right? And I'm a member of the audience to a degree, right? I largely play and make stuff about this game for a living, but I do that because I enjoy it. And my feedback by that statement is important. But having not made the game nor seen any of their behind-the-scenes prototypes, I don't know what they're working on. So the greatest mechanic yet to come to Dwarf Fortress that I haven't thought of may have already been prototyped. So would I definitively add something to the game? Not really. But if I were to point my finger at something that Tarn has talked about in the past and add that to the game right now, I would want tavern games and procedural sports, which are two things that Tarn has talked about. Taverns are along, because you know how like there's already the dances that they do in the taverns? They're supposed to also be able to play games with dice or other tools. So it would be like musical instruments where you have to figure out the materials that they need, make those things, and then they play the games in the taverns. Same with the sports. If the items are available when the Sprite season happens, then they would do competitions, which already exists in World Gen, which means there's precedent for it. That is something I wouldn't mind seeing, or them actually adding to the game. But generally, no, actually, that wasn't my most wanted. My most wanted was the fixing of the other thing that they fixed in the same patch. The last use material is just nice, but I hesitate to definitively state I want them to add this or that, because often what that ends up doing when people like me say that too much is it leads to audience pushing for a thing to be added to the game that may or may not be good for it in the long run, because I'm not a game designer and I've never worked on this game and I have absolutely no experience in game design. But I would like Tarn to add the things that he's talked about. And the thing that he's talked about that I would like to see him add the most is the procedural sports, because I think that stuff seems really cool potentially. So sorry for like the roundabout answer, but that's my roundabout answer to your question. Yeah, no, I like I said, that sort of stuff, very much Snail just goes into the, yeah, I want to see them add the things that they've talked about, you know? Some countries do. I mean, you absolutely could outlaw gambling in advertising, but it's just hard to do. And if you're seeing ads for gambling, I'm very sorry. I don't have any control over what goes up on Twitch ads. The only thing that we have control over is whether or not you see Twitch ads, which you can get rid of by buying Turbo, which is not cheap, or subscribing to the channel, and then you won't see any ads. Or just cross your fingers and hope you get gifted one. Hope you're doing well, Ranger Rick. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, like right now, it's like, what would I add to the game? I would speed up the patching process for the siege improvements, because I want to know what those are. Right, like that's something that I'm excited about, is the siege improvements. I would like to see those be cool. I mean, personally, I wish you didn't have to watch ads. I mean, I've been, like, it's nice to get the extra 15 to 20 bucks a day, $30 to $50 a day during December and November, but like, there is a part of me that would just be very tempted to just turn them off if I had the option to. It's like I have the option of either scheduling them or pre-rolls, and pre-rolls are so much worse for retention. Yeah, then we could call it a catapult. I don't know what overlay I referenced. Did I say the word overlay? Like, genuinely, like, if I did, I don't remember it from 2 minutes ago. Thank you, V. I'm glad you liked the new vid. Don't forget to leave a like and a comment and to like somebody else's comment and respond to a comment with a comment. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's a picture-in-picture button built into Firefox. So you can pop the stream out when an ad goes off and then mute it. Although I will say it made Firefox crash me once when I did that. Before I paid for Twitch Turbo. I'm debating making this 2 levels deep. But then I'd have to build drainage down here. Which maybe I'll do, actually. Wait, what's this? It's a funky little plateau. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Not for lack of trying. That's a very funny sentence to read, dude. Ballista just don't work very well. It's the easiest way to put it. Oh, the depot access overlay is an overlay that used to be in the game that was removed that Tarn has talked a couple times about bringing back. So I presume if they're talking about the depot access overlay, then they're referring to a mechanic that was in pre-Steam versions but not post-Steam versions that Tarn has talked about bringing back to the post-Steam versions. Yes. That it's basically just like a big outlined, highlighted green line where the wagons can traverse. It's less critical in premium because like frequency of wagons is much lower, but fingers crossed your kids show up. Seems like moods are sorting themselves out a little bit. Okay, you actually have some gear now. Yeah, now you're gonna go pick up equipment. That's what we like to see. There's a few little overlays that like didn't make the transition. Like, there's another tool that used to be in older versions where if you make a burrow, it used to just be a hotkey, but I guess it just didn't make it into the button overlay. You used to be able to click a button and invert the overlay in vanilla. Like, I would love just like an invert burrow button and also a copy button for the burrows. It's like, I have no idea how feasible or realistic that is as something to ask for, but that's something I'd love to see. Little things like that, mostly, I guess, at this point. Yeah, let's just melt all of this. I have a question. To those of you in chat who don't play Dwarf Fortress, what interests you about this stream? Like, what brings you here? So modest with my requests? I think because maybe I've just played this game long enough to just see unreasonable requests a lot. And just, I get annoyed by them, so if I get annoyed by them, I can't even imagine how the devs must feel. I mean, that wasn't necessary, Bastet, because I know why you watch my stream. I could be reading the dictionary or just staring blankly at a wall watching paint dry, and you'd probably tune in. Let's be honest with each other for a second here. And Devilish Potato is here for the no command. Got it. I'm a great storyteller. I mean, the conversation's like a valid response too, right? I did ask. You're not wrong. But also, you play Dwarf Fortress, Bastet. You're on my Steam friends list, and you have like almost 100 hours in this game, if I'm not mistaken. What, the hole in the bottom of the cavern layer over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 13 sea levels down to here. It's relatively deep. You like the sound of my voice? Fair response. Okay, so we'll just pump these. Although maybe the way to do this actually is to pump this. So I should probably just mirror this and go off the map. But honestly, I think that's a little bit boring. So what I think I'm going to do instead is just double check. Yeah, okay. Although going underneath this is going to suck. So let's go down one to where I'm supposed to be. It's really interesting, actually. This is a very large Embark space, and a huge chunk of these caverns just straight up have no trees in them. It's actually fascinating. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that quite to this extent before. Like, there's just no trees here. Whereas, like, over here is just, like, a super dense forest. And then over here is just empty. It's kind of awesome. I love it. Some intelligent and dead called bleak butchers recently, and they didn't have any personality history or nothing. You wonder how they came to be, especially when you have 3 bleak butchers created in the same siege that joined your civ. They were people that were alive. Wait, hold on. When you say created in the same siege, created by you or the enemy? Like, do you have necromancers? I mean, I have a voice that doesn't irritate you, and it's nice to hear some conversation going while you do something on another monitor. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Liking creativity is another one. Okay, so the reason they have no history is because they were your dwarves. And your necromancers created them when your dwarves died. Then they joined your civ because they were intelligent. They have no history or memory because they died and have since started new histories. That's what happened. So in a way, you sort of answered and asked your own question. Spitalier, thanks for the 63rd month. That's a senior citizen sub. Appreciate you, man. I can't wait for you to become an undead, zombified sub. Appreciate you, seriously. Thanks for keeping that subscription alive. And for helping keep these streams around. Means a lot, dude. You're on the expressway to that part of your life. Hey, you know, there's the worst parts of life. Needs empty food storage. I'm starting to think I got too much food. Like, starting to think I've got too... I might actually sell food. Because, like, they've nerfed it a bit. Like, it's nothing absurd, but they have nerfed it quite a bit. Am I out of dolomite? No? Yeah, so necromancers can cause some really funny faction alignments. Enemies that get resurrected will sometimes be friendly, and vice versa. Sometimes allies will be hostiles. Necromancy clusterfucks, the question is like, well, a necromancer oopsied and now you have a zombie. That's the only way to answer the question, because that's the only actual probable thing that happened. Which may not be the most satisfying answer, but I guarantee you it was literally just your necromancer was like, oh, a body, and I'm under attack. I need a defender. Ah! And then now you have a zombie. That's it. So I guess welcome to the realms of the evil necromancer corpse, because you're one of them. At least you were in that fort. Not in my experience, Vakrok. I've absolutely had intelligent undead join me from not my faction before, so... Whatever I do, I think I do it better with your streams in the background, whether it's sketching, painting, or sleeping. I wouldn't depend on me for that much, jeez. Because I'm not immortal. Certainly won't be here for forever. When your fort became a goblin capital because one of your residents became the faction leader. Wait, what? Excuse me? That's kind of nutty. Do you really want me to make you a kiln? It's kind of what it looks like. I once had a bunch of dwarven children running around screaming and pissed off and terrified because there was a zombified human neck inchworming its way down my stairwell. And then one of the children kicked it and it died, which was pretty funny. Just the idea of like, just that throat moving its way through the fortress. Okay, well, it's not that. What other skills do you have? Oh, was that the clothes shop? No, that was definitely a loom. But I'm pretty sure I have other clothes shops, don't I? Could just be clothes shop that they want. But I thought I had a clothes shop, so it's like perplexing. It could also be a mechanic shop because I did deconstruct that with the intent of moving it. Right, no. I have one there. Nope. We completed it. I guess it must have been the clothers. Well. Easy enough. Part of a troop, and it was in your party fort, so I let all the party people in. 3 dance floors full of vomit, visitors, and criminals. Sounds like a vile, what is it? Something of scum and villainy? Something scum and villainy. Yeah, that's Star Wars line. Damn, freeways. And sideburns. And pink miter. Those are good wins. Congrats. Do you want to see how many hours I have, freeways? So, it's okay. You got some catching up to do. You're a point bankrupt? Gotta restart somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You know what's funny? The word wizard exists, V. And also wizards did exist at one point, sort of. Oh. I'm not sure what type of creature that is. But it's some critter's foot bone. Cool. Sure, that'll go just fine. Tickets are a very... Okay, so you want to know what we used to use tickets for back in the day? This is real. Song requests. And also giveaways back when I did those. It's an outdated function from like older eras of Twitch before channel points existed. And we kept it because people liked them. You know, oddly enough, I stopped doing channel quests. I stopped doing music requests on my stream, not because of like the era where like record labels realized Twitch existed and were like, excuse me, which was around the pandemic. It wasn't because of that. No, I stopped doing music requests, song requests on stream because I was really fucking tired of listening to Weird Al Yankovic for the umptillionth time. Like, and all of like the meme songs that people just like to request from streamers over and over and over again. I got so goddamn tired of that I was like, I need to just stop ruining huge chunks of music for me. So I stopped doing them for the sake of my own sanity. I mean, everybody had their favorites, right? So everybody would request their favorite songs. Some people requested songs that they knew streamer liked. Some people would request songs that they knew streamer hated because it was funny, with an I. And some people would just request music that they liked. So undoubtedly, I discovered a lot of really cool music actually doing those. But I also discovered who exactly was a fuckwad who really wanted to request Sir Mix-a-Lot's Baby Got Back for the third time in one stream. And, you know, I don't mind some Sir Mix-a-Lot, Mr. Mac Daddy himself. He's fine. But I don't need to listen to that song 18 times in a 6-hour period. And that's what song requests are. You know, you learn what everybody's favorite music is. So I stopped doing song requests like maybe 5 years before music kind of became a problem on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. What's New Pussycat? No, totally. Or like, see, I was the guy that would just request Freebird twice. Because I unironically like Freebird. That's a good song. That solo never ends. That's fine with me. But at the same time, like, if I ever have to listen to Amish Paradise again, Baby Shark didn't really exist at that point, actually. That's how long ago this was. Baby Shark's more recent than you think. At least as a pop hit, I guess. It's more like Barbie Girl for the 15th time. So I personally found it was better for my sanity, average stream numbers, and chat to just stop doing them. Because I would do them on Fridays, and I would dread Fridays. Like I after a while stopped looking forward to Fridays. And then any bar worth their salt will just take the $20 and say thanks for the tip, and then skip all the songs. Ilmirin. Kavish, the fish cleaner, has created Gwils Konos, a llama wool skirt, and claims it as a family heirloom. Did you know? This is a llama wool skirt. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with sheep's wool and encircled with bands of llama wool and forgotten beast bone. It is made from llama wool cloth. I had to burp. And this object menaces with spikes of clay and forgotten beast bone. On the item is an image of dwarves in forgotten beast bone. Sorry, the dwarves and the fresh thunders, the bismuth bronze crossbow in llama wool. The dwarves are raising the crossbow. The artwork relates to the raising of the fresh thunders, and the artwork relates to the offering of the fresh thunders to the dwarf doomed one, Thob Leaptour, to the Tower of Clobbering in the early spring of 213, during the pillaging of ring shoves. Cool. Some faction history. Something actually, you know, since we were talking about the quality of life things. In version 47, you could open up a dwarf's personality screen. One of the screens that you could open up was their relationship screen, right? So relations, this screen. And one of the selectable relations was the god. You used to be able to click this, and it would give you the full Legends readout for the entire history of that god, implying that that dwarf knew the entire history of that god. I kind of hate that you can't do that. It would also give you the description of the god and what they stood for. I really miss that button. Because, like, you can still, like, jump to relatives and whatnot, but you'd think that it would just look something similar to this. Right? Like, how is this any different from the knowledge screen? Really? It's just a bunch of text. I'm trying to find, like, I think it's guide? No. Maybe it's songs. That I have the much longer ones that look more like legends. Yeah, I guess it's probably songs. Let's find a dwarf who knows a song. The birth of roads. Oh no. I hate that road. I hate that one. That's bad. A chronicle. The infamous Seas Uncovered is a chronicle authored by Anna. But yeah, I would really like that. Yeah, you also can't see dwarves' birthdays. Yeah. You just see their... Can you even see their birth year? Yeah, no, you just see their current age, right? Like, you'd think they would say born this day on this day. Anyway. That mask makes that dwarf look like Bane. I don't like Journey, the band. Like, kind of at all. So if I owned a bar, I would probably ban Journey. Mostly because, like, their music ranges from, like, kind of passable pop music, like rock and roll from the time, to the most, like, obnoxious substance lacking music ever written that has maybe the value and interest level for me as a wet pool noodle. So if I owned a food establishment, I would probably ban Journey. 7 died in a row. Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, they do die on the 1st of spring, V. I really wish they would die on their birthday, because it would keep, like, the round number, but then it would be less predictable. Because if you have, like, an old generation for it, it's like, So I've never been in a Waffle House, so I didn't know that, but I have no reason to like or dislike Waffle House, but you just gave me a reason to slightly like Waffle House. Aside from the fact that I like waffles, but I've heard that the waffles at Waffle House are not good, so I guess that's a reason to dislike Waffle House. Man, basically since the Down the Rabbit Hole Dwarf Fortress video came out, I've been getting about 100 new YouTube subs a day, which is quite a bit more than I've been getting recently. I've been recently getting like 30 to 40. And we've almost got 100 in one day. Probably mostly from the Gremlin video. Okay, so this is a take, and I'm going to say it. Personally, I don't generally like chain breakfast places, or for that matter, chain diners. Those are generally two things I'm not a really big fan of. Oh, I'm well aware of why. Well, it's actually more to do with the recent sale, but the what's it called? Because currently Dwarf Fortress is 20% off, which is a deep sale for Dwarf Fort. But it's a combination of the sale and the Down the Rabbit Hole video. Ow. What's up for grabs today? I don't know. What do you want? A force of darkness that is vile has arrived, and they're actually attacking. No, I never have barkeep, Stormwolf. We've been over this before. You see, unlike you potentially, I guess, I shower sometimes, so I don't have to worry about mold growing on me, and thus I don't need to worry about a bad song growing on me. Why do you have a crown? Sorry, that was unnecessarily mean. That's a cat tooth crown? My hero. How How did you get a KV hair earring? Pop country is awful. I might cause physical damage to myself or somebody around me if I ever have to listen to Luke Bryan again. So yeah, no, I agree. Pop country is pretty bad. We need this goblin. I need his crown. It's also like a recent acquisition, apparently. How did you get that? They have skills that we don't have. Any kind of crafter. Congrats, you're an armorer. Stormwolf, have you had a dwarf in this fort before? Can't remember. It's been a week. You've experienced trauma. That was one. Okay, that's what I thought. Truly treasures the company of others, almost never feels discouraged, is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, feels the need, very rarely is moved by curiosity, and he is confident under pressure and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He likes to brawl, tries to do things correctly each time, and is often cheerful, and is somewhat uncomfortable with those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He has an active sense of humor, which I think I already read, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and it has a greedy streak. He talks to himself when he's thinking, he taps his feet when he's surprised, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. He personally sees competition as reasonably important and values self-control. He sees creating a great work of, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. He has a bunch of passing acquaintances in the fortress. He arrived this year, so he hasn't been here all that... Oh, no, sorry, last year, I guess, now, because it's early spring. So he hasn't been here all that long, although he is restless after being able to rest and recuperate. So he got injured at some point. His ability to grasp is partially lost, so he got an injury at one point. His right hand is gone. Oh. Okay. He's a member of the Metalsmiths Guild. I'll make it hard to armorsmith. It's okay. The things that dwarves can do with one hand, a foot, and a hammer, and their teeth, is pretty impressive. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's like, okay, does anybody remember that dude who kind of went viral on the internet a long time ago? Because he had no hands, like no arms, and he played guitar and drove a car. And there is a interview of him that went viral ages ago of him driving a car and playing a guitar with his feet. And then pulling up to a drive-thru and like sticking his foot out the window, grabbing a cup from the lady and putting it in the drink holder and then handing her cash. Might be one of my favorite like interviews I've ever seen on the internet because it's like both extremely inspiring, impressive, and also mildly terrifying. I like to think dwarves are that resourceful. I mean, if us silly, fleshy humans can be that resourceful, so can dwarves. Just making sure that everything's in the burrow where it needs to be. Okay. So let's close this. We're going to try and fire those cannons at these goblins. Let's hope nobody gets squished. Be very careful, dwarfs. Help! You've got to take the long way. Long tube? Oh, it's going to be for drainage. I'm going to try and farm some... what are they called? Rhinoceroses. Or as I like to call them, ugly unicorns. Yeah. Caught some thieves. Another snatcher. Let's see where these goblins are. They haven't moved through here just yet. Where's the third one located? Oh, all the way down here. Where are they? Oh. Well, you don't have any kids in your inventory, so that's good. At the beginning of the stream, I stream records, and somebody gets to select a rubber duck from the list of exclamation point ducks to put on the record. That's all it is. You just have to be here in the first hour of the Twitch stream. I could fire a minecart at this guy. Let's see if we can hit him. Somebody coming to pull the lever? Or has the gremlin already gone past? Or not gremlin, goblin already gone past. Who's coming to pull the lever? That's the next question. You're stuck behind the goats. Come on, kiddo. And your potential kidnappers. It would be this one that would hit him, if any of them. Nope. He super made it. Well, that sucks. Question is, are there any other goblins in here? Not just yet. Well, that's unfortunate. Kiddo took too long. Also, I have a surgeon. Who's behind him? Well. Nope. Okay, well, let's just forbid all these for right now. And turn this guy into a pincushion. Because you ain't going to kill my children that easily. First, you're going to get tired. Now you're heavily bleeding. Because the swords dwarf punched you initially. Begone fear, he screams. Gets stabbed with the elemental stone spear in the left upper arm. It's elemental stone spear. Not something to be fucked with, let me tell you. Let's see if you actually use the power. Stabs, kicks, bends. Yeah, they don't really use it. But it is a solidly powerful spear, if nothing else. Yeah, they've been wearing masks a lot in this world. It's a certain goblin culture thing. Sometimes a lot of goblins have that culture, and sometimes none of them do. Okay, here comes another dwarf. Here come the goblins as they should be. So now we're gonna try. And when they hit about here, I will trigger some minecarts to be fired. Wish us luck. Yeah, everything you see in this game is vanilla features, yeah. It's about there. Man, that was quick. Let's hope that they made it close enough in time. Yeah, we'll follow this one. So I will move this one turn at a time. Does what provide any armor value? It's flying towards. Oh, we are in fact going to hit that goblin. It's now splattered with goblin blood. And the goblin is about to get insult to injury. Because apparently he also got hit by a bolt? Wait, how? Oh, I see. Sorry. No, sorry. He didn't get hit by a bolt. He hit a vulture with a bolt. Got it. But he did get struck with a gold minecart, which in the right upper arm, which caused his arm to explode into gore. And then it hits him in the upper body, which shattered his ribs. And now he's about to hit the wall. And if that doesn't kill him, I will be shocked. Because he slammed into an obstacle. And the minecart hit him again, which... Yeah. No guy was, in fact, ready to unleash hell. These guys are like, dude, what the fuck? Time to fire more minecarts. I'm gonna have to fill these up with discs. Alrighty, buddy. There you go. Let's also do the next one right after it. Let's follow the first one. Here goes round 2. Which is going to be closely followed by round 3. They're still moving. I think I'm actually just going to sit the camera like right here. There goes the first minecart, the second minecart, the third minecart, fourth minecart. Whee! That one's dead. This guy's like annoyingly tough. Jesus. And then more minecarts come in. And this guy's still not dead somehow. You kind of got flattened between a minecart sandwich. Let's fire more. Come on, little kiddo. Oh, wait, never mind, you've left. Also, we should let that dwarf back in. Wait, no, you're not. You're standing right there. Come on. Let's go again. This guy right here is about to get sandwiched. Oh, man. Siege is over. And this guy survives. I need to give this guy a nickname. Because he's the one with the cat crown and the cat tooth crown and the cavy bone or the cavy hair earring. Because he'll probably come back. How about pancake? It's a play on pancake, get it? Well, we can just fire the last of the minecarts now, I guess. Eh? Oh. Well, I guess somebody ended up on the wrong side of the minecarts. Well, rest in peace. Mr. Glass. Let's fire another round. Not bad. Can now claim all this. And we'll give them some time to leave. They shall tell their people of our terrors. Coins are in fact useful as minecart ammo, but generally you're best off just loading them with weapons. Like if I'm going to use something specifically as minecart ammo, I usually will just use everything that... Generally, I'll just use everything that the... What's the word I'm looking for here? That I don't want the dwarves using as weapons themselves. Tends to actually be pretty frickin' efficient. Discs and spiked balls? Yeah, no, totally. I think that statues with images of screaming goblins is pretty funny. And sometimes I do go for the funny option over the practical option, but... I should also make another one that's just like a repeating minecart cannon. Because these are just, like, the idea of these is to just shoot minecarts, right? Like, the minecarts themselves are the ammo. I think I'll probably make some other machine that utilizes the more, you know, shotgunny of the techniques, if you will. Yeah, that's my issue. I think with using a lot of the ammo, especially like the body part ammunition, like cleaning up body parts after firing a cannon is one thing. The part that bothers me is the part where I also then need to reload all the cannons. That's the actual issue that I have, is the reloading the cannons part. That's the actual issue that I have. And a bone doctor was found dead? Oh, of course. Wait, what? Never mind. Okay, that doesn't make sense. I don't... Oh, you got into a fight with somebody. One of my doctors just went and killed this dwarf. No, sorry, the gem setter went and killed that dwarf. Seems like Orc with bow has killed another dwarf. And there was many witnesses. Imagine being put in a prison and then killing the doctor that comes to take care of you. That's horrifying. Like, straight up horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. I hate it. All right, well, let's scroll through you and go down to here. Just unforbid all of this stuff. Get all these tasks up and running again. Let's also go here and just type in invader. There's 2 left. One's up here on the surface. You're also on the surface. We'll get to them. Give them a little bit more time.
For stupid cheered, X123.
Ira Stupid, thank you very much for the $1.23. Means a lot, dude. Appreciate you. Okay, so they are war trainable. They're just not like hunting trainable. All right, that's cool. How am I doing, Goat? I'm doing all right. I wasn't doing great about a week ago. Which I kind of chalk up to I spent far too much time just immediately working upon moving here, because I moved into this new place at the beginning of the month, and basically since then I haven't stopped And my kind of like levels of exhaustion just kind of skyrocketed, and then I got sick. So I took a week off of streaming, and now we're getting back into the swing of things. Yeah, and I basically like didn't take a break at all. I mean, realistically I did, but you know. Although I will say the one thing that really stresses me out about taking time off streaming is recovering sub counts. I haven't been below 800 subscribers in like 2+ years. And we're currently below 800 Twitch subs. So that's going to take me a little bit of stress to recover from, but you know, is what it is. It's amazing how much fall off you have after a week. Started playing Dwarf Fortress a week ago, and your YouTube vids saved your sanity. Happy to help, dude. Happy to help. Thanks for watching them. Yeah, I mean, recovering. Just needed a break, mostly. Okay, so up here, these are all bedrooms now. But yeah, happy that the tutorials can be helpful. I'm glad that they're still relevant, actually. Is maybe the, maybe not biggest surprise, but the thing that has me kind of relieved, I guess, is that they're still relevant. Because, like, you know, I made most of those tutorials, like, within 2 months of the game releasing on Steam. Except for the ones I obviously did before that. Like, I've, of course, done a few since, but the vast majority were done within a few months of it launching on Steam. And I'm very happy that they're all mostly still relevant. Like, some UI elements have changed, but, like, mechanically, they're largely still relevant. You're stupid. Thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Yeah, no, auto-renew subs aren't counted in that. Like, expiring subscriptions are gifted like, there are people who sub month to month, but expiring subscriptions and that lost revenue is primarily Prime subs and gifted subs, which you lose extremely quickly when you are not streaming. Which is why also resubs in chat does not always equal recent revenue. What? Revenue. So someone could have resubbed like 3 weeks ago and only just made it to a stream. And so I, on my paycheck, got that money 3 weeks ago. But they're resubbing now. And you see the notification now. Which, you know, it's fine. But if you're not actively streaming, then they all kind of come through at once. And so it might look like streamer made a lot of money that day, and in reality, streamer made that money 3 months ago. Or 3 weeks ago, rather. Dilfo, thank you very much for the 15th month. Welcome back, mate. But, you know, it is fine. We are doing totally okay over here. It's just, you don't like to see numbers drop in any business. And also, this is one of the slowest, like, subscription seasons of the year. It's like from December till tax returns are like a pretty historically quiet period for subs. Welcome back, Goat. Appreciate you, man. For one of my embarks, this is a pretty rich one, yeah. V. Netflix needs to do a Dwarf Fortress miniseries? I don't know if Netflix needs to do anything at this point. If you asked me that 5 years ago, I would agree with you. At this point, I'm like, maybe Netflix needs to dissolve itself. Forgotten Beast, Gozru has come. A gigantic blob composed of snow. It has a stubby tail, and it undulates rhythmically. A floppy snowball. I said dissolving, not resolving, but you know. Well, I mean, it doesn't need to completely dissolve. It just needs to, like, make better shit, I guess. Not even a snowman. It's a snowball. It's a blob. Somebody go poke it with a stick. The better question is, has it killed anything? No. No, it hasn't. Somehow it's been alive for 600 years. It's the subtle terrors I mean, you could hear the rumbling of it rolling in the night down the hill. You know what's funny, Worlds Forwards? Is people have been saying that to me since 2017. It's the truth. Whoa, hold on. What just happened? Dwarf Fortress having a couple of Yoshis. Never got the hang of aquifers. You always try to dig down through them, but sometimes you just reach a cave level before you get there. Just turn them off. Or, like, type this word in. I think it's clear aquifer as the command. There is a command to just destroy them. I've never used it, so. But just turn them off. You can turn them off in World Gen too, in Advanced World Gen. Clockwork Dragon, thank you very much for being around to be gifted a sub by Anonymous. And Devil Dawn, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Is will it die? Will it survive more than one hit? I'd say is the better question. You don't need water for your dwarves, just unless they get injured. Water is for injuries, not for drinking. Make your dwarves alcohol out of plump helmets. Make a still and brew alcohol. You're also having issues with tillable soil early in the game. Sometimes it just doesn't come. Settle somewhere with dirt. Just like Staples, that was easy. Punch is the Forgotten Beast. Slashed it. Literally slashed it and then punched it. But, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Goat. All of the issues that you're talking about, I can't really help you with. They're very, very, very basic Dwarf Fortress fundamental things. And they're things that, if you play this game, you will learn it. And if you don't play it, you won't learn it. I'm not sure how I can help convince you to play the game to learn those things. Like how to dig through a basic aquifer is something I don't even think about anymore because I just do it. It's just a matter of getting past that learning curve. It sounds like you made it to about a third of the way through the learning curve or 2/3 of the way through the learning curve and you stalled. And some people will do that and they'll never return. But I don't know how to tell you how to get around it. Really. I mean, I can recommend you watch the tutorials that I've made, but you've probably already done that because you've been around the stream for long enough. So I don't know what to say, really, or how to help in this instance. I mean, okay. I'm going to say a hot take about mental illness. It can be an advantage, it can be a disadvantage. Don't use it as a crutch or excuse to not do cool things. Hi, I'm medicated for ADHD. Hi, I have OCD. Don't use it as an excuse to not do cool things. If you don't want to play the game, don't play the game. That's fine. And if you can't get through the learning curve, that's also fine. But don't degrade yourself because of the way your brain works. Plenty of people who have similar-ish brain chemistry to you enjoy the game just fine. If you don't want to put the time in to learn it, I can't help you. I've been slowly chipping away at the learning curve. Sure, you could say that. I mean, the way I learned this game was I literally sat down and played it for 2.5 months straight. And whenever I ran into something that annoyed me, I writhed around on the floor screaming until I figured it out. Eventually I got past it. It was fine. I mean, that highly depends on if you like ASCII. If you like ASCII, play the ASCII version. If you don't like ASCII and you're not used to playing ASCII games, I would recommend just buying the game. Because it'll remove a lot of the initial learning curve. Because stuff is immediately reliable. Basically, half of the Dwarf Fortress learning curve is learning what you're looking at and how to go about what the game wants you to do. If the other half of the learning curve is figuring out how to do those things in the right order. ASCII adds another layer, which is figuring out what you're looking at. So if you want that extra layer of difficulty, then sure. But like, I don't know. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. You could have leveled it up again, but we made it to 89% of level 3. Appreciate you guys. No, I do not acknowledge the infamous XKCD learning curve comic about DF, because fun fact, it's not about Dwarf Fortress. That is a meme edit of a comic about the learning curve of a video game called EVE Online. So it's not about Dwarf Fortress. It's a edited version of that comic that was made by 4chan, or somebody on 4chan, I guess is probably what I should say, about Dwarf Fortress, around the time Boat Murdered was still a thing. So no. Also, it's like maybe one of the worst things to ever happen to Dwarf Fortress, that meme, regardless of where it came from. Genuinely, one of the worst things to happen to Dwarf Fortress. Demanding ongoing tribute will just make them bring you random crap every year, and they'll come trade for you. They won't work for you. But yeah, no, the worst thing to ever happen to Dwarf Fortress was that meme. Like, genuinely. Because it's a pretty inaccurate representation of Dwarf Fortress. I'm in an ad break right now, so I don't know who can actually hear me. What's my favorite stone to build with? The one that I have the most plentiful amounts of that isn't gray or brown. Unless I need a gray or brown accent. I mean, EVE Online is just a weird social experiment. More so than a video game. That has been a writhing success for a very long time. Rock Salt's a good one, yeah. But let me put it this way. Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. Hasn't ever been a hard game, and probably won't ever be a hard game. It's had eras where it can be hard if you play it in ways that make it hard, but when it comes to traditional difficulty in video games, Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. It's a complicated game. It's an obtuse game. Obtuseness does not equal difficulty. It can increase the learning curve. However, the people sharing that meme likely never played Dwarf Fortress. Or they were people who played Dwarf Fortress and didn't want other people to play Dwarf Fortress. Because it was their cool kid point. Their cool nerd cred. Because they knew how to play Dwarf Fortress. And you don't. It's a self-perpetuating cycle of gatekeeping. And it sucks. It's the worst thing to ever happen to Dwarf Fortress. The thing that I used to always tell people when I streamed this game, when it was, just the free version in ASCII, is people would pop into my chat and be like, "Bye, XD, my brain too small to play Dwarf Fort." And you know what I would tell them? Well, you're capable of typing, so you have the tool that's needed. You clearly have a computer screen, so that's the second tool that's needed, and you obviously have a computer, unless you're on a phone, in which case, my bad. I'll take the L on that one. But if you're on a computer, you were capable of typing, and you could read English, you had all of the necessary skills to play Dwarf Fortress. And then when people are like, "But my eyes hurt," I'm like, "I'm legally blind. And you can adjust your colors to whatever palette fits your irises." Dwarf Fortress has never been a difficult game, with one asterisk, unless you're colorblind. If you were colorblind back in the day, you needed a graphical tile set. And even then, maybe good luck. But now, especially that it has graphics, it's one of the most gross, it astounds me how many times a month I'll have people saying the equivalent of, I would like to play Dwarf Fortress, but it's too difficult, so I just play RimWorld. Whereas RimWorld is actually a hard game. RimWorld goes out of its way to be inaccessible and difficult, even on the easy settings. It's a game about intentionally trying to break you. Yes, but here's the thing, Dilf. You're not wrong. Yes, there's lots of things to learn, but lots of things to learn doesn't make it difficult. It doesn't make the individual steps difficult. Here's an example. If you start a RimWorld game and you just sit back and let your pawns hang out, at maximum speed, how long will it take for them to all die? Giving them nothing, doing nothing for them, just letting them sit. In Dwarf Fortress, it takes sometimes years for the dwarves to actually start dying, unless you just get raided right away, which, okay, fair play. But that still takes like a year. So unless you settled right next to a necromancer tower or on a resurrecting biome or some haunted biome, if you don't touch the dwarves, even in untamed wilds, it'll take a very long time for them to start dying. Because they will search for food on their own. They'll go drink when they get thirsty. They'll eat food off the ground. They'll get a little cranky. Eventually they'll start fighting. But it takes a really long time for you to just get a game over screen doing nothing. Unless you just get attacked by necromancers. But you have to willingly do that. I've been saying that for years. The Dark Souls is a rhythm action adventure, not an RPG. And I say that because I think it's funny, not because like I want to start shit or anything. I have 48 hours in it now. Literally all you need to know about Dwarf Fortress. This is the only thing you need to know about Dwarf Fortress. Is how to chop down a tree, make a bed, make a still, and harvest plants from the surface. If you are capable of making a carpenter shop, a door, and a bed, and a still, you can play Dwarf Fortress. Because you already have the bare minimum of what you need to keep your fort alive for a couple of years. That's it. That's all you need. Everything else can be ignored. You can make a fully self-sufficient fort with that. Like, the hardest thing you can do in Dwarf Fortress is make paper. But there's no actual mechanical reason to make paper. You could just buy it. I don't know. I love this game, and I genuinely believe that its own community has done a real disservice over the years. And it's kind of funny hearing Zach and Tarn talk about this game, especially talking about their community, because like this game has a great community. But at the same time, I think it's a great community that has become great, but wasn't always that way. And I think a lot of communities for games are kind of like that. Because if you go far enough back and look at the different portions of the Dwarf Fortress community, there's kind of a lot of crappy people in there. From eras of the internet where, I don't know, the place was a bit more Wild Westy, shall we say? And I think that when people are kind of just left to their own devices, you do end up with people who are like, this is my game. It's my cool game. You can't play it. I mean, okay, so I hesitate to be mean to something awful. 4chan can suck a fat one, as far as I'm concerned. But like, I hesitate to be mean to something awful because I've never actively posted on something awful. But at the same time, that's where most games came from that era. Like, you don't need to convince your friends to play. Just play it and tell them stories. Like, at the end of the day, like, I've said this about me for a while. I'm not here to convince you to buy games. All right? I'm not. If you want to buy a game, go buy a game. It's up to you. I'm just here because I like playing this game, and if you want me to give you reasons to try playing it, that's all I'll say, is just try, because it's probably not as bad as you think it is. All pretty nice on Blind's Discord, except for me when I haven't had my morning coffee. And I'm pretty mean on my Discord. You want all your friends to play it? Well, I mean, your main mistake there is just simply having more than one friend. Just have no friends and then you won't have this problem. You only used Reddit in the Bay 12 forums though? Sure, but I have a question. When did you start interacting with the Dwarf Fortress community? 2012? All right, fair enough. I mean, I will say the Bay 12 forums have always been pretty well moderated. Tarn's always had a pretty good sense for, like, how to manage that sort of thing. Me being mean is part of the charm. I don't think I'm mean. I think I'm just grumpy. Oh, is it out? Pine nut butter? Shit. How long have I been streaming? 6 hours and 45 minutes. Got another migrant wave. Ooh. You all married up. You're also a talented Dwarf. Shit. Oh, it's out for patrons? Okay. I've spoilers. I may have seen more than one episode already. I'm just waiting for it to be out publicly. I'm not a patron. I have been in the past of NoClip, but I did, like, do all of the recording, mostly, of the gameplay for it, so. Danny sent me the stuff early. Danny deserves the money. He's a great guy. He pays well, too. Like, that's like the nicest thing I could say about them. Or say about somebody who hires me to work on a thing. He pays well. So. But no, it was quite funny. I walked up to Danny at PAX and was literally just like, hey, like, if you need help with that Dwarf Fort doc, let me know. He goes, your voice sounds familiar. Do I know you? I'm like, well, I play Dwarf Fortress for a living. He goes, oh shit, I know you. Like, I've already downloaded all your interviews as reference material. Brian. In YouTube chat, I'll just read what you said out loud. For real, a social life is overrated. It costs money to comfortably hang around areas, not necessarily people. I could not disagree more with that statement. And I'm mostly joking on the, like, if you have an interest in, like, force all of your friends to have that same interest, because that just makes you a bad friend, is more what I mean. But no, social life is far from overrated. Do I have a woodcutter? I have 2 lady woodcutters that don't currently have woodcutting assigned. If I go into here and I go here and I sort by up. Would you like this one? I'll give them woodcutting. I mean, streaming and talking is a skill. Welcome, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. Devilish Potato lacks confidence in her abilities and she only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She is easily moved to mercy, and she rarely feels strong cravings or urges. She has a sense of duty, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and when she gets excited, she starts talking to herself. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. She personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and is wondering why there's blood everywhere, probably. What are these dwarves hauling? Oh, gold minecarts. That's just funny to me. Her slightly wide set outer eyes have very large irises. Her teeth are widely spaced. Her hair is her extremely narrow ears are fused-lobed. Her hair is dry. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her lips are very thin. Her eyebrows are extremely sparse, and her head is somewhat short. Devilish-ish? Oh, shit. Do you want me to leave it? Am I planning more Caves of Cud videos? So I don't plan. I make what I feel like making and play what I want to play when I play it. Caves of Cud is always an uphill battle streaming it on this channel. A large portion of my audience doesn't tune in, so I make a lot less money. So thus I play Caves of Cud when I feel like playing Caves of Cud, which traditionally is about every 6 to 8 months. I will play like 2 weeks of Caves of Cud. Am I planning more videos? Sure. If I have a notable run that's worth making a video out of. But I've been playing Caves of Cud on and off since 2017, so. Leave it? All right. It's devilish potato with a lisp. Where was I? Dreams of raising a family. She likes diorite and gold, as well as lace agate and horse hoof. The color accrue, decahedra, rings, and geese for their formation flying. And jaguar men for their spotted coats and their revving engines, probably. The words of the fortuitous pregnancy and the sound of the tulip of sparkling. And prefers to consume fox squirrel, bumblebee mead, and silver barb seeds. And hates mosquitoes. She's a member of the sect of Amethyst and the head cave of Clobbering. He also plays Caves of Cud when you're dying at work. Wait, so I play Caves of Cud when you can't watch specifically? I'm sorry. My bad on the timing there. Bumblebee mead isn't impossible. You can make bumblebee mead. I've made bumblebee mead. It's just valueless, so there's like no real reason to do it. $11 a.m. to 7 p.m. I could make it work. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, for me, like Tree Toad, traditional roguelikes and those types of games are already very difficult to stream. I love those games, and I would like to play more of them. But it's very much a thing of, at the end of the day, what I do is a business. And I have to be smart about how I do it. The Caves of Cud video I made, the last one, the turtle one, did quite well. And I do have some footage, and I could potentially finagle that into a different video. I just have to have the inspiration to do it. And I've found over the years the most sustainable way to do this job, or any kind of job where you work for yourself, is to do the thing you want to do when you want to do it. So the answer, the longer or shorter answer to your question, I guess, is yes, I will do more Caves of Cud content when the creative urge strikes. Although, oddly enough, when it comes to traditional roguelikes, Caves of Cud is great. but it is a game that I have a hard time continuing when I die. Like, I play until I die, and then I'm like, well, that's it for today. I'm going to go do something else now. Whereas, like, a sign of a roguelike that I stick to, no matter how much I like it or dislike it, is a game that I play a run and then immediately stop and play another run. Yeah, I mean, unlike Dwarf Fortress, Caves of Cud is a hard game. It's also a pretty methodical game, because if you play it, like, if you're playing Caves of Cud, just as a normal human being would playing a video game, it's quite easy to just be like, nah, I'm gonna take a break. Or I just died, so I'm going to play faster to catch up to where I was previously. And this might not be quite the case anymore, so this may actually be a bit of an inaccurate statement these days, I don't know. But at least in the past, when I would go to stream Caves of Cud, the reason I wouldn't start up another run isn't because, like, I didn't necessarily have the inspiration to start up another run. It was purely because I just didn't want to, go through the process of reading all of the early game story stuff a second. Was often the case. Yeah, I mean, a run of Caves of Cud is long. Yeah, I mean, it's not like Doom the Roguelike or something, right? Or I don't know. Trying to think of examples here, and I'm blanking. It's not like Shattered Pixel Dungeon, which is a much more casual game, or many other games like that, where you play a run and then it's like, well, that was only 2 hours or whatever of time lost. I can go again. Even Tome, I have a hard time starting again right away. Because often, like, I will spend, 30, 40 hours in a run in a game like that, playing pretty slowly and methodically, and then it's like, could I catch back up to where I was in a couple of hours? Probably, but it would be borderline unwatchable. Well, FTL isn't a roguelike. Sorry, I'm one of those guys. FTL is a slot machine strategy game with some run-based elements. Caves of Cud runs that are very short. I mean, I was that same way initially, too. You understand my pain with Vampire Survivor games now? Was that game Vampire Survivor E, Gristus? I played that game when it released, and I didn't find it that way. I found it to be much more action RPG-ish. You die easily until you upgrade? Is that what it is? I don't know. I played that game on launch and thought it had nice pixel art, but found it kind of boring, so I stopped playing. Yeah, but those are user tags, and user tags are meaningless because they're based off of marketing money, not, like, mechanical factuality. Shy Pandemonium. It's like when people call Dark Souls 1 a dating sim. No, it's just a run-based game. Because, like, let me put it this way. If FTL is a roguelike, Fortnite's a roguelike, and every single arcade game is a roguelike. Every single session-based arcade game that makes you start over at the end when you die is a roguelike. And I like roguelikes. So things such as Caves of Cud, or Dungeon Mans, or NetHack, or Brogue, which are all a very recognizable specific thing. The term roguelike is used as a marketing term thanks to games like Binding of Isaac, which, it is what it is, but it's a misuse of a genre as a marketing term, but not an accurate descriptor of what the game that you're describing is. Which doesn't necessarily make you wrong, but I will be that annoying person for forever on the internet who goes, well, actually, it's not a roguelike. It's a run-based action game. Vampire Survivors is easy as fuck. There is no difficulty to Vampire Survivors. It's just a time sink. It's like Cookie Clicker. I'll put it this way, and this is my hardline reason why I refuse to call a lot of games roguelikes. We stopped calling first-person shooters when they stopped. We started calling first-person shooters when they stopped looking like Doom. So it was logical to stop calling them Doom clones or Doom-likes. We stopped calling first-person shooters Quake clones when there was enough of them that it was silly. Roguelikes still look like Rogue. If it don't look like Rogue, it ain't no roguelike. It's a run-based game, because that's the only mechanic most of those games take, is the act of going on a run. And don't you come at me and tell me, my phone vibrated, don't you come at me and tell me that it's too many syllables in run-based, because it's the same number of syllables as roguelike. Doom is still pretty good. And people still make Doom clones sometimes. Hold on a second. Anyway, call games what you want to call them. But, yeah. Just realize you're misusing marketing terms as genres. All right, so this top half is now done. So I'm going to claim all these back. And then I'm going to go down to here. Wait for the rest of this to dry up and start growing moss. Dig around this, probably wall off the outside of this. And then once this is all dried up, I will dig out this whole area down here and we'll make part 2. Rum-based. So is that just the premier name for the Jack Sparrow genre? You know, Daja, for some reason, I have a very, very massive belief that you are a massive liar. I'm not totally sure why, but I'm pretty convinced that you are lying about this being the wrong chat. I think you intended to say that, and you're trying to get a response. That's all. Pirate Story in RuneScape is heavily rum-based. Makes sense. Somebody got Paincake's blood all the way out here. How'd you manage that? Oh no, Neezer's throwing a tantrum. Also got another artifact that's begun, and a dwarf has claimed a crafts dwarf shop. Anyways, it's okay that you're a foot guy. Just admit it to yourself. Sideburns is not currently alive. We're game saving. I'm gonna go take a leak. I will be right back.
Cheese for everyone! Sandwich! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Over here, he has a sword!
No! No! I wonder.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Nope, still too early in the day. Anyways, the dead walk, hide while you still can. It's a good time. Did I die and become an angel? I mean, I don't think that's how the Christian religion works. So this is based on some form of religion that I'm not familiar with. So I don't think so. But if I did, then that would mean that streaming from whatever the afterlife is possible. So that's kind of neat, I guess. I don't believe there was any angels in Catholicism named Gregory. I could be wrong, though. Not too versed in Catholicism. And what? Don't ask, Shakum. How? Don't forget about the finger emote. There's a pope or two. Oh yeah, no. There's definitely been several Pope Gregorys. Did they become angels when they die? I actually, honestly, chat, don't like educate me on Catholicism. I'm good. I know enough like fiction already. I don't need more. You're not used to lit, Greg? Greg has been very lit since moving here. This was actually kind of intentional. I specifically put my office next to a window because I was tired of like basically living the last 8 years of my life in a windowless room. It's kind of, it's like, I don't care if the lighting is slightly worse. It's really nice. It's really nice to see natural light for a couple of hours per day. I am fully all right with admitting that.
Woo!
It's actually better. In some ways it's better, in others it's significantly worse. You guys want to see some Gremlin stats since we're just finishing up an ad break? Gremlin vid doing well. Thumbs up. This is what I like to see. That's good. A+. Now let's hope it keeps up. Because it's been up for what? 5 hours? That's 1,000 views an hour approximately, although it's dropped down a little bit because later in the day, but like, that's good. That's good. For reference, I think the Caves of Cud video that I did got like 5,000 views in 24 hours. So yeah, pretty happy about that. I don't disagree with that, TOS. Okay, so according to Brian in YouTube chat, humans cannot become angels. It violates the will of God, or so, or so Catholicism says. Ah, how dare we give humans cool powers and wings? That would be horrible. Anyway. No, jokes aside, I do mostly think of Christianity as historic fiction, if that makes any sense. Or Catholicism, I guess. Let's see how well my minecarts fare against zombies, assuming they actually attack me. There's actually kind of a lot of them. Shit. So is there any necromancers in here? No. There is intelligent undead. What do you have on your head? Oh, you're just bald. I was like, this guy just had a funny looking head. I was like, what the heck is that? You just a walking orb? What is that? Quest group? This is the best DM's name. Because you got your own reality. Oh boy. I was... Okay, so... I didn't come up with this. Childhood friend of mine did. Jehovah's Witnesses is the only religion that you're benefited directly by being an effective used car salesman. Let's follow that dwarf, actually. You going up? Yes, you're going down. Let's just drop that. Yeah, because they're the ones that go door to door asking you if you've heard the good word of... I mean, other people do that too, but... Thankfully here, they're not actually allowed to try and convince you to join. They're just... all they do is stand around. Well, thankfully it's pretty easy to, like, quickly discern that, Starlock. I used to play League of Legends while watching League of Legends, which was never a good idea. This was a very long time ago, though, admittedly. Okay, so is the front gate currently closed? Yes, it is. So now I get to find out if the undead are actually going to my fort, or if they're just chasing a pig or something. Looks like they're going to my fort, so... Okay. The Dwarven Child has created... Iden, the Dwarven Child has created Tiger Ballad. A rock salt gore. Okay. And offers it to the head cave of clobbering. What is it? I mean, I know it's a musical instrument, but what is it? Meanwhile, Orc with Bow is tantruming. Oh, it's a placeable one. This is a rock salt gore. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular rock salt cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of jasper opal and pigtail and forgotten beast bone. The gore is a huge stationary percussion instrument. It consists of a glass chime. The musician strikes the chime, and the instrument has a single mid-low pitch, and the instrument has a full, vibrating, piercing, strident timbre. Damn. Yeah, but that's kind of different, right? Versus a match-based thing where, like, audio cues are important and, like, mandatory. It's like hearing the sound of pings in a multiplayer game. Also, I would say that, like, I'm kind of surprised that Foxhole didn't make that a bannable offense. It's the reason I've never really bothered streaming Space Station 13. Well, that and furries, but... Yep, they are in fact coming directly into the fort. Caught one. Caught one of the quote-unquote intelligent zombies. Man, I gotta go back to just throwing them into the... in a hole, because... Ugh. Okay, where did they go? Oh. They're distracted by something now. What are they following? Oh. Yeah, but here's the thing, Worlds Forge. You're using Twitch's default smiley, which is one of those emotes that is used to imply a lot of emotions that may not be intended by the person using said smiley. One of those emotions is lying, and the other one is extreme sarcasm. Or like nihilism. So, well, you might be telling the truth. Your particular choice of emote makes me not believe you in the slightest. So, oh no, what are you saying, Red Fogel? I really hope that they've killed that boar. Also, for whatever it's worth, I know for a fact I'm not the most knowledgeable Dwarf Fortress player. There's probably people in this chat that are more knowledgeable about the inner workings of this game than me. So, I can own that. That's fine. I will say that I know I'm plenty of people's favorite, but that doesn't mean you don't need to be any good at video game to be somebody's favorite player. I'm overthinking it. Mate, I've been streaming full-time on this website since 2016 and actively using Twitch since it became Twitch. I don't think I'm overthinking anything. I know somebody who has an emote that is just a 4-part giant version of that smiley with the eyes bleeding. I'm not the only person with that take. Well, I mean, go watch somebody else then, Red Fogel. I'm sorry you feel that way. That's literally what that emote makes me think. I'm not joking around with you. I'm being directly serial. Like, call me Cheerios here. Anyway, this is a weird conversation. We went from talking about like Jehovah's Witnesses to and Catholicism to like whether or not a smiley inflicts certain emotions in different people. This is a very bizarre conversation, chat. Nah, no hard feelings. I get it, Red Fogel. But I am like, you know, that is the emotion that emote conveys. So. You know, it's sort of like when people misread context in text, which is why text platforms such as like, you know, a lot of social media makes it a terrible place to actually have like discussions with other people. Because it's really hard to read the intent. Emotes try to make that a little bit easier, but different people get different emotions out of different emoji or emotes. And a really good example of this actually was there was a Reddit post from a couple years ago that I saw, which was supposedly a parent asking their 12-year-old to explain what different emoji meant. Not emotes. Sorry, I'm in Twitch terminology here. And did you already kill them all? What? Oh. I missed Datan, and Datan got there first and just murked them all. Well, good for you, Datan. Slashed his way through them, or her way through them. Killed them pretty handedly, pretty quickly. Good job. But anyway, asks his kid if his kid could explain what different emoji mean. Like how how his kids' friends use the emoji versus what they are. So things like thumbs up, thumbs down, just the basics, smiley, eggplant, you know, all that stuff. And the kids' descriptors of what half of them meant are like hilarious because like a lot of them are like thumbs up is like a sarcasm thing. Like basically like saying, yeah, you fucked up. Basically. It's really interesting how different like age categories and different groups of people. I mean, World's Forge. Here's the reality of this, right? You stated that you used to watch a game that where stream sniping is a very real possibility. And I thought that I found that funny. I'm like, I'm kind of surprised that that's like a thing that you're allowed to do while playing that game. And then your response is, I don't do that. And then used an emote that a lot of people equate to sarcasm. And I said it's hard to tell whether or not you're being sarcastic or not. And now this is becoming a philosophical discussion about whether or not a smiley is supposed to convey certain emotions. I don't get the point. That's all I have to say. I don't like seeing that emote because I have very negative associations with that emote. You can use it though, I don't care. But if you want to communicate with me and you use that emote a lot, I'm going to presume you're being sarcastic. That's it. Language is a fluid. Yeah, and you know, we take showers to get fluids off of us a lot of the time. So practice proper language hygiene so that you make sure that you're not saying something that will make you sick. Yay, MSN. Happy. I believe you, Red Fogel, don't worry. I am curious as to why these zombies have, like, massive decisiveness problems, because they keep turning around and going in the wrong direction. Now we're just dwelling in the details, Catastrophe. What the potato said. Also, Remov? Isn't Remov like a video reprocessing piece of software? So many items are inaccessible because these zombies are all still out here. Gosh. I'm real tempted to just run out here and kill them. I want to hit them with the minecarts. Spilled your Pepsi. No! I once watched a streamer, or was watching a streamer, and he was playing Minecraft, actually, I think. And you can see him pick up a can of Coke, sip it, and then go to put it down, and the stream ended. And it was because he put it halfway on his desk and spilled the entire can of Coke into his PC, frying his graphics card. It's just like, just flashing blue screen. It was like, And then the next stream he did was well, my motherboard still works. And I'm pretty sure his audience funded him a new graphics card. So I guess, like, pro tip on how to get a new graphics card. Drop a can of Coke into your computer and then tell your chat you need a new graphics card. Although I guess that was easier back when graphics cards were like $300 and not like fucking 5,000 for no reason. All right, zombies, can you walk any slower? It intersected his glass case and the glass clattered. So I know a fellow named Crutonium, and they've been streaming for ages, on and off. I wonder if they still stream these days. I haven't seen them on in a long time. But they were I can't remember. I think they were playing PC building simulator, I think. And it was notorious for like dumpster diving for stuff, furniture, spare parts, computers, that sort of thing. And then just like jury rigging shit together. And he was streaming and his desk collapsed midstream. And he had a green screen up and stuff. He's just streaming. And you hear a crack and he goes, uh-oh. Like there was like a comedic timing pause and then just like camera fell over, green screen collapse. Everything slides off the desk. You just hear him laughing because somehow the stream kept going. Do you think they're still $300? You know, I would be kind of amazed if you could get like the equivalent of a 780 Ti for less than $500 right now. Although I think in Canadian dollars, so I might actually be thinking 300. Dear zombies, can you... That away. No. That away. Oh, fuck, it's slow, so slow. A whole glass of milk. Oh, boy. Man. I had a friend when I was in high school age, and he had a kid. Or I guess him and his partner did. And, kid spilled a whole glass of milk, or like a whole sippy cup of milk in his back seat. It's the worst smelling car I've ever encountered in my life. See, now you just need to skip a step and just build your aquarium into the PC. Or vice versa. Just live on the edge. Suspend your PC in the middle of the aquarium. Zombies. The frustrating part of this is I could probably just kill them with my squads. What kind of fish do you have, though, jokes aside? I just really want to see my minecarts hit some zombies. And that's kind of frustrating. Well, I mean, I would, however, say a UGDPY that you would like build in adequate cooling for the PC, obviously, so it doesn't heat the water. Unless it's standing. Yeah, mine is currently higher up than my desk, so it could fall over. But yeah, that would require some pretty hefty jostling. I think I should just put a drawbridge here so I can lock them in. It's probably actually the way to do this. Did they just turn around again? Oh my god, they did. You indecisive twits. Is it ableist to call zombies brainless? It's like they're literally brainless, but like... Can you please just walk into my minecart railgun battery? There we go. We had a machine that came in from a guy who never cleaned his PC for over a decade and who eventually evidently smoked indoors and had to use acetone to get that off the motherboard. How did it still work? That's like some impressive solder. Well, I mean, it depends on how recently they've consumed brain. But I don't believe that we have many zombies on Earth to really get the data. So do we really know? I did, like, not stream for a week. I don't think it's been that long. I mean, I could tell you when you last spoke in my chat if you're curious. Serious Celsius. You last spoke in my chat on the 6th. Yeah, it's been a minute. But like I said, I did kind of take a week off. That's wild, knowing that he got his carpet changed. All right, well, I'm trying to think of ways that I could make this more reasonable to defend. You know, maybe what I should do is build a Marksdorf tower up here, take out all these trees, and dig out all these stalactites, so we can just, like, pucker them full of holes from up here. I mean, a lot of people use their computers strictly as a tool. I know that that sounds crazy to people who use it for, like, leisure, but I only use, like, you know, my woodworking tools as tools, not for leisure. Some people do woodworking as a hobby, so, you know, we all have our thing. Yeah, I should probably buy a can of compressed air at some point and do the same. It's getting to that time of year anyway. I have a question. Why does your wife practice self-loathing for a living?
I've missed so much because my job sucks, but hi everyone.
My job sucks sometimes too. I don't go outside for days at a time. But it's good to see you, Greg, and then some. Welcome back. Thanks for the 5th month. These zombies refuse to walk into my murder trap. And it's kind of annoying. They keep on deciding to go fight with wild boars instead. But if they just would walk south and down into my railgun, I can turn them into pulverized people bits. Zombits? Zombits. You know what's terrifying? If there is a were creature and combined with a necromancer, every single bit, incidental pun, that is ripped off of a living creature that has been bit by the were creature turns into a zombie full-size were creature of that type instantly. So if you ever want to just see like a tidal wave of were zombies, have a couple necromancers in a room where a were creature bites a couple unarmed citizens and then like an arm flies off or they die. Because like I've basically instigated force with that before. Suddenly there's just like 45 were creatures, full-size zombies in your fort, and then there's no getting rid of them. All right, fuck it. I'm just gonna send my squads to deal with these. It's also possible that my squads being closer will send will get the zombies pathing towards us more. That's crazy, last scavenger. I don't think I've ever seen that. So, napalm. What you looking for? I don't think side... let me just double check sideburns. So, I was wrong. Sideburns is in fact still alive, but I'll check in on Sideburns for you. You're very happy. You don't have any friends. There's blood everywhere? Clockwork Dragon, why are you bleeding everywhere? Do you have, like, an infection or something? Like, there's just Clockwork Dragon blood, like, and same with Urist blood, like, everywhere. So Napalm. Napalm did die, but Sideburns didn't. Get us an Elfie. One isn't walking around at the moment. Do you know what job you want Elfie to do? We got Fisher Dwarfs. We got crafters. We've got armor smiths. We've got animal work. Probably animal workers, right? Although most all of them are dudes. Gem cutter? Do I have a unnamed gem cutter? All right, found Elfie. She was interested after watching a performance. She's a bit rusty at her job. She shares intimate details of her life without sparing a thought to the repercussions or property. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is sloppy with her living space, does not trust others, is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. She's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or differently from herself. She generally acts quite impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Laughs loudly when she's excited, and holds her breath when she's nervous, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about it much anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, thinks there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. Finds maintaining a decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. And doesn't really value merrymaking. Like serpentine, as well as bloodstone, giant giraffe horn, and giant moon snail shell. The words of the amethyst of iron, and when possible, prefers to consume cranberry wine and hates oysters. Pretty sure Elfie prefers to consume smithics, but worships Zephon. No idea what group that is, or what religion that is, and has several friends. Welcome to the fort. We're now in an ad break, so I will pause game until ad break done. YouTube chat hitting me with intelligence and logic about how water cooling for computer equals heat for water. Yeah, come on. Work with me here. Does anyone know a fix for squads losing their bedroom assignments? That bothers the crap out of me. So if you figure one out, let me know. I'm pretty sure that's just a thing that you're just kind of SOL, more or less. It drives me nuts too. Right there with you, man. Usually what I do is I just make, if I'm actively sending squads out, I just make a dormitory and assign the squads to sleep in the dormitory. I might disable liquids spreading for a little bit because I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's really starting to bother me and I want them to clean up all this blood. Where is it? Walking spread spatter. Let's turn that off. Because there's just like so much blood in random places it shouldn't be. Yeah, I mean, the dwarves are probably just overworked. Zombies seem as divided as always. All right, let's wait until there's a good number of soldiers all here. Where are you going? Hope you turned around. Uh-oh. Well, you didn't. But you are in a martial trance. Dwarf here is trying to be a hero. What do you think, Chad? Are they going to make it? He is horrified after being attacked by the dead. Can I get a round of beers for good luck for this dwarf? And YouTube follows, you guys can just hit the heart button a bunch if you like. A few turns start moving. The dwarf being in a martial trance is like their only real chance at life. And that's presuming they dodge. He is bashing the human crossbowman corpse in the left lower arm with his steel morning star, fracturing the bone. A ligament has been torn, probably going to cause it to drop its crossbow pretty quickly. The wrestler bashes the crossbowman corpse in the right lower leg with his steel morning star, and the injured part is cloven asunder. See, that's kind of what you need to see. The dwarf is still stunned, though. If he can't hang in there, he's going to go down pretty quick. But the rest of the squads are now a-coming. Minor losses. I would say minor losses are unacceptable losses, but... Oops. Seems the dwarves have collided with it. We've got Twitch leading the charge, alongside of Servesh, the Hammer Lord. Twitch is in a martial trance. Where did the Hammer Lord end up? Right next to Emperor Iron. Let's follow Emperor Iron. YouTube chat may outlive Twitch chat here. Okay, there's Sarvesh. Emperor Iron's also in a martial trance. What are you wielding? A steel spear. You'll love to see it. Your sacrifice will be remembered for approximately the next 15 minutes and then likely forgotten. It's continuing to vault between the various zombies in the fray. They haven't even found that dead dwarf yet. Are there more dwarves coming in the wings? Hope so. Okay, we got Thorax, who's way back. Several other dwarves as well. But they're quite far behind. The dwarves continue to fight. We're seeing bones and whatnot flying everywhere. Dwarves are getting tired, which is their most likely chance at death. Unib, the spear dwarf, has been found dead. Is that Twitch? Nope, Servesh, the Hammer Lord, is in pain and bleeding now, though. Twitch is back here and just simply tired. Right next to Emperor Iron, who's just simply, once again, tired, but now overexerted. Emperor Iron has fallen. Twitch has fallen. Large portion of my military has fallen, which they are still being told to charge. We've got a recent recruit who forgot to grab a weapon, followed by Thorax, who remembered to bring a weapon, and did get hit, which caused him to be stunned briefly and nauseous. She's dodging in between them, now is stunned and overexerted. This is probably her opportunity to pass. But is still fighting. Fighting down to the last breath. Such a shame. My Marks dwarves are now finally arriving a little bit late. Firing bolts pretty consistently. Who just charged in? It's Mincott, the swords dwarf, who's an adept swords dwarf. Dodging in between with, I presume that's bronze? Yep, bronze scimitar. Finishing off the last of the zombies, it looks like. But is probably going to meet her match now, too. Right next to that Marks dwarf, who is now classified as an axe dwarf, which is kind of funny. Who recently fell as well. Who's still coming in? We got Titan, the swords dwarf, who's wielding a steel short sword and is going to finish off the last of them, I think. And finding the rest of the dwarves dead. And is now chasing forwards, cutting up the final corpse. One by one, she's moving her way up the stairs. Satisfied after improving shield. A new hero is in the wings, the mischievous. Standing next to her is Cole, who hasn't killed any of them. She, on the other hand, killed a good number of zombies. Quite the dwarf. What's your name? Tan or stressed? You're not running this squad. Nobody's left in that squad, so we'll just get rid of it. Do I have to remove you from this job? I guess I do. There you go. You're now in charge of this squad. Dwarves are still discovering dead. But the question is, how many are left? The zombies won't leave. They'll just keep coming. Now we wait. How many died? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not unexpected, but unfortunate. Fortunately, we do have plenty of coffins, so I'm not too worried about that. It's just more unfortunate than anything else. I'm not too surprised the body counts are bad. I mostly did that because I was getting tired of waiting. But easily recoverable. All right. Panthercarpy, thanks for 20 bucks. In the YouTube chat. We just got a $20 super chat. So thank you. Maybe we can shoot these stragglers with some bolts. Well, I mean, minecarts, rather. Exactly, chat. Round of beers for that. Okay, it's this side that's currently causing me some shame. That's fine. Are you turning around again, you lazy zombie? My God, they are. Well, the dwarves are turning around and running. I think what I need to do is I just need to automate the firing of the minecarts with pressure plates or something. That or build some sort of secondary firing system for an automated system. And this could be like the volleys, but have like another one that fires from like here or something. That's like individual, one at a time. Something like that. Nope. Well, I mean, there's ways to put liquids in, but that's kind of hard to explain. Got 4 dwarves left in the military. Oh boy. And there be some zombies coming. Are you about to die, hero, that just killed a bunch of zombies? Yep, yes you are. Oh, maybe not. Maybe you're earning your rent. Although your ability to grasp is now somewhat impaired, so you've lowered your value quite considerably. But you were smart enough to turn around. Now I gotta go up to here and see where are the remaining zombies. Most of them are just up on the surface. How about we do this? How about I go open this door. So much blood. I open this door. whenever they decide to open it. And we just go over to this and lock this stairwell. We're just going to go plunk down one of these. I will add this to the burrow, which will hopefully get this done sooner than later. And then ideally, uh-oh, zombie. I was going to say, and then ideally we don't have to worry about it, but... Oh, there's also a zombie down there. Great. How inconvenient. Although, hopefully the dwarves missed them. They should be able to kill them. Come on here, dwarf. You got this. That's one down. Did another one just die? I think so. Yep, that was another one of my soldiers. Okay, you're over here doing this. Let's pause game. Basically, minecarts are another one of those mechanics that have uses in Dwarf Fortress, but most of the uses players use them for are not uses they're intended for. They're not supposed to be used as automated shotguns. Like, the mechanics that they have are not designed to do that. So all the strategies that players use them for like that are largely jury-rigged into working and not supposed to work the way that they work. So you just kind of need to realize that, I guess. Because do they work? No. They don't work that way because they're not supposed to work that way. It's like liquids kind of works, but again, it's something that works in spite of itself, not like because of how they're designed. So they're supposed to be loaded manually and then pushed or powered somewhere. They're not really supposed to be used the way that we use them. So, which, I don't know, part of me thinks that's a little bit unfortunate, but kind of just is the way of things, you know? Logic gates, totally. But that's not what they're intended for. At all. In the slightest. All right, you brave dwarf. It's just the two of you fending off the zombies at the gate. This is pretty badass, though. This is pretty badass. Okay, so who's linking this last thing? Luckily, we were able to get that first one linked pretty quickly. It's Tatan here. Come on, dwarf. Then we just need to give it a pull. Then we can just ignore the rest of the zombies on the surface for now and rebuild my military. Also, chat room. You want to know what's the greatest thing you can do for me right now? The most help you can give me? Help me keep that chat active. We just had a horrific loss and an awful fight where many dwarves died. And only one person has spoken the last 7 minutes. Keeping that chat active keeps the stream alive. Thank you, UGDPY. Appreciate you, mate. It was glorious. I would tend to agree, yeah. Then go to bed, fem. That's not helping anybody. Least of all yourself. Go take care of yourself. Then turn off the stream. Because having a stream up that isn't an ASMR stream is not going to be a positive influence on helping you sleep. If anything, I would say it would have the opposite effect. Now, I'm guilty of doing the same, so I feel you, but it's not going to help you sleep. VODs, on the other hand, might, because there won't be any real desire or indication that you should interact with the stream. You actually need to stay awake? Well, then I can't help you. I will stop giving you excuses. If you're sleepy, then be sleepy. Sleep schedule needs fixing. Can't help you then. This is too high of a difficulty for my skill level, unfortunately. Well, thankfully, kobolds are weak as all hell and very easy to murder, so you can just murk them all. If there's any kobolds left. Pathetic wastes of existence of a creature. Clockwork Dragon, thanks for chucking out another gift of a vile force of mug. Greatly appreciate that. Hey chat, exclamation point, enter for your chance to win a vile force of muglets. Although it won't help the mugginess of your cupboards, so if you're expecting it to, then just prior warning, I suppose. Oh my god. There's so many encrusted coffins. Like, look at these. Look at them all. Once you mine this out. Come on, Dwarf. Mine it out. You can do it. Middle one. Oh, you're doing fine. Like, look at them all. These are all encrusted with various things. I think mostly bones. But all of these tombs are decorated with things. Fancy tombs. I will be completely honest with you. I've never seen a full episode, movie, or anything of the Muppets. So I will just say animal because I've seen many gifs of animal next to Slipknot. And I find that funny. Well, looping memes of animal headbanging to Slipknot. But I have absolutely zero knowledge of the Muppets. Not something that I ever really interacted with at any point in my life. I mean, I don't think it's ironic to decorate a coffin with bones. I'd say it's a valuable craft. I mean, decorative bone art is really cool.
Happy 39 months blind. Gremlin.
Well, just join the army and help drive them away. And that would help. Zalvi. Whitcode, congratulations, you've won the mug. The vilest forcedest of mugs. I've apparently sold enough merch on my merch store that they have upgraded me to the higher level of their affiliate program, which apparently they have, which seems really good. The problem is like I don't talk with streamers anymore, so I don't know anybody who's like looking to start a merch store. So if anybody's looking to start a merch store, hit me up first, and then I'll make like 10% off of all the product costs you sell. Anyway, thank you very much for checking out a gift, though, Whitcode. How do I get dwarves to bedazzle what you want? Linking stockpiles to the bedazzling shop. That's how. Also, chat, I want to show you guys something, because I saw this pop up the other day, and it looks neat to me. It's very rare that a new video game that isn't out yet that looks neat to me. I think I added it to my wish list. No, I didn't. Do you ever just have like a momentary brain malfunction where you forget how to spell a very easy to spell word? Because that's me right now. Found it. This thing. I forgot how to spell Cthulhu. In my defense, Anyway. So, it's kind of like Commandos, but also Dungeon Keeper. So you play Dungeon Keeper to build a dungeon full of Cthulhu monsters, and then you play the Cthulhu monsters sneaking around and murking people in town? I'm kind of down. Just saying. Like, wow. I'm kind of down. Like that seems like a really fun little combination of things because it's like half Commando or Commandos, not the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, or like, what is it? Blades of the Shogun? I think is the name of that game. Shadow of the Shogun? Something like that. I don't know. I played the first one and liked it. It's got some potential. Yeah, and it's got a play test, so you can request access to play if you want. Go try it and tell me if it's good. But like, I don't know. I've played stealth games like this that are pretty interesting, that I've enjoyed. But like, if the dungeon building is like decent and the stealth is decent, that could be a really fun combo of things. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to point that out because I saw that the other day. I was like, oh, wow, shit. Game that's not out yet that looks interesting to me. And sad days, we have to bury Twitch. YouTube has outlived Twitch, which is a damn shame. I really, really, really want the dwarves to focus on cleaning. So what I think I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go here. I'm just going to set everything to nobody does this, including like planting and everything else. Just nobody does this, except, well, we'll leave orderlies on. And I'm going to also set hauling to nobody does this, and then no. I'm just going to go real quick, make a new work detail, and this is going to be haul and clean. Should have called it haul and oats. We're just going to do water hauling, push vehicles, furniture hauling, burial, cleaning. Everybody does this. And then I'm just going to hit T. And I'm just going to start pausing stuff. Everything that I don't deem as mission critical, that I don't accidentally cancel, is going to be removed from here. So basically everything but brewing beer. Because honestly, we really, really, really need this blood cleaned up. Amongst other things. Because currently we've just got so much shit getting put away. Chief Chancellor? That's a human role, isn't it? Nobody does this. I haven't made a gatekeeping rule in a while, have I? Sup, Mai? Nobody's cleaning. So if I do the stockpile trick, will that help? Nope. It was a memorable bit. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was indeed memorable. Uh-oh. We also have a ghost. Just curious. What if I go here? Go edit. Seems like it's dancing time is what it is. Yeah. Dwarves really, really, really don't want to clean. Dr. Phineas, how you doing, dude? How's things? Hope you're well doing. So, this is a comment from YouTube chat. I'm not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Good video. I put it on to nap, and it kept me awake the whole time. Oops, I'm sorry. Thanks for the super chat, though. The key is you don't ask, right? You know, like, just help keep the chat moving, you know? Simply put, a quiet chat just means it's time for streamer to end stream and go do something else. Like, I have to go grocery shopping at some point, so. It's quite the compliment. I presume it's a compliment too, yeah. It's just kind of a funny compliment. The way I talk, though, I feel like my videos are probably a bad thing to nap to. You stole their nap from them? Well, I mean, hey. Is it satisfying? It's nice to have more than one room. I mean, it's different. I'm still trying to find a pharmacy. I haven't found a pharmacy I like yet, so that's a bit annoying. I need to find a dentist. A few other small things like that. Yeah, but the voice I have in my streams versus the voice in my videos is pretty different. Like, in my videos, I talk a lot faster and more deliberately and constantly. I guess unless it kind of turns into a white noise thing, but... Yeah, but like I said, finding the right dentist is annoying. Yeah, I basically had the same dentist since I was 5 years old. Up until, like, now. End of an era. You can't ask questions that end up in new YouTube videos. Eh, well. Yeah, no, I mean, there is very few negatives about moving. I mean, there's a few people I miss since moving that I probably won't see much again. Unless life changes pretty considerably. So I've never seen somebody with a Forgotten Beast crown before, and that straight up just looks like a RuneScape crown. Like, tell me that this dwarf isn't just wearing, like, RuneScape gear. Like, that's just really funny looking to me. Bad part of moving is moving? I mean, yeah. I mean, just like my biggest enemy is myself. So, same vibe. Okay. What are kids' tasks currently? Let's just remove everything from kids' tasks except for cleaning and lever ops. Because I really want this fortress to get cleaned. Like, I'm almost at the point where I want to just type in spot clean into DF hack, but like, I feel like that's cheating. But this clearly ain't working, so. I'm gonna leave fishing off for a little bit because we got plenty. You move every 3 years or so. I hope to not move for at least 10 years. Do they not see the stains? I don't know. I do. As a clean freak in real life, like, this irritates me. Let's try this. Ah, I didn't accept it. Uh-oh. Are they going to go report a crime? Kind of looked like it. Nope. Although Neezer here has committed a bunch of crimes. Same with Orc with Bow. Report crime, no cleaning. I wish I could report that crime. Do they need tools to clean it? Nope. It's just a very, very, very low priority task. And for most dwarves, it's a lower priority task than, like, socializing. And so basically, as far as I can tell, in order to get them to do it right now, I would need to remove my socializing zones, which I could do. Just kind of don't want to. You're not even unpacking things anymore? I lived in my last place for... Well, I moved in summer 2014. So just over 10 years. And now I've, you know, been here for... Well, I guess since earlier this month, right? So not very long, but... I kind of have very little intention of moving again for as long as I can feasibly swing it. Especially because I own this place now, so the idea is to not move. Unless placed under extreme duress, I guess. But over there was a massive beheading. I don't mind there being, like, obvious bloodstains in places. I don't like there being so many bloodstains in places that, like, I can't see my floor functionally. Does that make sense? It's kind of a bit of a difference there, I guess. Like, guys, the tavern is coated in blood. Please clean it. Yours truly, the guy who used to clean a restaurant for a living. Your clothes stay in bins. My clothes stay in my washing machine, but it's got nothing to do with moving. Well, a bin, a Rubbermaid container, and and the dryer. And then the dirty stuff goes into the washer. My stuff just goes in there because I'm single and don't care. It's like I live alone and fuck what other people think. I think I'm just gonna dig over to here. But when I get to this spot, I'm just gonna do this and this. Then that area, I'll then carve down another layer, and that'll be a plant, like a tree growing zone, basically. Dudes look like Schmeagol. Drunians look funny. Drunians are funny critters. And then over here, I'm just going to carve stairs going down, or build stairs going down, not carve. And over here, I'll block this wall in. Across here, block that in. And then this is going to be animal grazing zone number 1, animal grazing zone number 2, and tree growing zone over there. Let's see if they've engraved that slab yet. Nope. Is somebody doing it? It seems like they're not. Ah, slab's engraved. They're just hauling it somewhere, I guess. Is anybody cleaning anywhere in the fort at all? Nope. Okay. Fine. Isn't like a task or something that I'm missing, is there? Claim your dead, claim your death items, forbid other dead items, allow trap rearming. Only farmers harvest, mix similar food in barrels, prefer zones for drinking. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I go here, I guess we are just kind of running out of tasks here. Well, let's keep still up and running. Close the craft store shop. Close the make rocks blocks shops. Jobs. Now we just need to wait until that slab is in a stockpile. There it is. It's a very well-appointed slab, at the very least. I think it may actually be the dwarf that died in here. It is, in fact, the dwarf that died in my well. Do you remember what year this fort started? I would need to go look at VOD number 1, which is up on my YouTube channel. So, no, I do not remember what year it started. I would have to look at a piece. Well, actually, hold on. I can figure it out pretty easily. Founder, because you're still alive. Personality, thoughts, memories. 366. Autumn. The year 366, autumn, was when we started. So, 10 years it's been running? Which, you know, is pretty good, all things considered. Well, okay, chat. Just don't judge me too hard. Well, that didn't even do anything. Move all contaminants. Oh, so that's just under. And cleans, removes contaminants. Clean. Map. Sweet. All right. I will now re-enable blood splatter smearing because I'm tired of my tavern being painted red. There we go. I needed that fixed. To be my favorite streamer. Aw, thank you. Okay, so that's been constructed. This is good. And we just need all this to be dug out. Once all this is dug out. I'll see you later, World's Forge. Thanks for hanging out today. Once this is all dug out, then we can... Well, actually, need to... Well, let's just smooth and fortify this. I haven't even gone looking, Zavi. We've reached the second. And then we found a tunnel going down to the third, but, well, we haven't reached the second. We've seen the second through the big holes. And we've poked our noses through them and seen things. Damn, 30. Congratulations, Deep Space. You're 30 for 30. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Space? Deep Space. Best friend of the channel. Wizard. In real life. Streams Dwarf Fort. You should watch. I recommend. A+. My military got wrecked, so I'm currently waiting a little bit of time, and then I'm going to try and recover them. There's zombies on the surface. Everything is awful. How are you doing, Deep? I probably could kill them, but I think I'm just going to finish the constructions that I'm doing and then not wait for them to leave because they won't because they're zombies, but finish the thing that we're working on, or the stuff that we're working on, and then we'll turn around and I need to make a lie. What do you need to make a lie? Saul says, what kind of dwarf do you want? Gifting a dwarf to a random chatter. Well, select one. Whomest do you wantest to giveth the dwarfeth to? Working on a take-home coding test for a potential employer. Oh, hell yeah. Thinking we could actually make gem windows for these nicer bedrooms. Doesn't Corpse already have a dwarf? Yeah, Corpse does. Well. Yeah, Corpse Man has a dwarf. Serious? Or Core Man, I guess. No, it's all good. I mean, you could just, like, nuke deep space with a dwarf. We got several space-looking dwarfs. But yeah, shoutouts to employment, I suppose. I've been busy, Deep. I released a pretty big video this morning of, you know, a gremlin destroying my fortress, and it seems to be doing quite well, so fingers crossed it keeps doing quite well. Wish me luck. In fact, actually, it's accelerating in views. It's getting more views right now than it did the first hour it was out, which is actually really good. Is it getting recommended? Ooh, it is. Okay, now I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm getting excited. That's always a really good sign. Woo! It was getting 8% of its views from suggested videos the first hour, and now it's all the way up to 23, which is really good, actually. So, fingers crossed. Also, for the first day, that's very good. So we're giving it to deep space then? Is that what's happening? Because we can do that. Can also give one to Hash. I'm just looking for a dwarf that looks like deep space. How about this dwarf? It's currently carving a ramp. Who wants to be creative? He's not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and has an active sense of humor. He doesn't experience strong cravings or urges, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and isn't particularly ambitious. He isn't particularly curious about the world and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he is a friendly individual. He often feels discouraged and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes cobaltite and nickel, as well as tiger eye and green glass, giant sparrow parchment, and the color dark green. Sheep for their tendency to flock, oats for their beer, and the sound of the laces of silk, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals. And when possible, prefers to consume bush tit, mussel, and blackberry wine, and hates blood gnats. And doesn't feel anything after seeing a human's dead body. I think we're doing all right, Jeffel. He's a member of the sect of Amethyst and worshipping the god of wealth and religion and riches. Has quite a few passing acquaintances, and most of them are dead. And welcome to the fortress. Hashtastrophe. Since you always forget to redeem a dwarf, do you want one? Thank you for the entertainment through your working day. You're homeward bound. We'll see you later, Clockwork. Hopefully I stop finding your blood everywhere. I'm going to have a nap. We'll see you later, Ratmost. Do you know if you'd like a beard or not, and what kind of job you'd like? Hash? Kind of need to block this off. I don't really have an easy way of doing that right now. Okay, here's what we can do. Yeah, we'll just do this. So I will build a pump here, and we'll just pump water out of this and see if that'll be enough that I could get a dwarf into here. It probably will be. Get a dwarf into here, and just put a brick there so I can get that body out of there. Because there's a body in this well. It's kind of awkward. It's been there for a while. And I probably should set this up to be seal offable so we don't have continued problems with that. Do I have any smiths? Smith with beard. I has armorer. How's armorer sound? Clockwork Dragon, why are you bleeding everywhere? All right, so hold on. The thing I do for dwarves. How you doing, Pilot? Last 24 hours has been exciting for you? I spent 11 hours, 12 hours, something like that, editing yesterday, and then today I uploaded, or this morning I uploaded the video, and it's doing quite well, so that's been exciting. Hashtastrophe strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He doesn't generally think before acting, rarely looks on others with lust, and has little time for forgiveness. Will generally seek retribution, and he is confident under pressure. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and has little interest in joking around. Lives a fast-paced life, prefers to present himself modestly, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, is quite confident with others. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's bored and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally believes that the whole notion that believes that the time taken to master a skill is a horrible waste and dreams of raising a family. He likes steel, yellow zircon, and giant sloth leather, the color saffron windows, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals. And absolutely hates large roaches. And prefers to consume stingray and blackberry wine. Doesn't have any family and desperately could use some friends. You're going to go pick up equipment. Well, joke's on you. I'm actually going to reassign you so that you have no uniform. So stop picking up equipment, actually. But I am going to tell you to go stand like right here because you are perpetually bleeding for some reason. And I do have one piece of unusual wax left. The problem is I also need to get rid of everything in this doorway. So we'll just throw it out. And also remove this doorway from the hospital. Chief Medical Dwarf is not, in fact, in prison, no. Although that won't, stop wounds from getting healed. You've probably got some weird contaminant or something. Like, you've just got this odd... Ah, I see. Oh, no, you got cleaned with Forgotten Beast soap. Yeah, you're just, weirdly cut open for some reason, and I'm not sure why. So now we just wait for you to get hungry and eat that, basically. And then you'll heal. Although you do actually want martial training. You do dream of raising a family. Are you brave? It's great trouble mastering fear when confronted with danger. Not really. She likes a little excitement now and then, though. She personally believes that the acquisition and use of power over others is the ideal goal in life, worthy of the highest respect, holds shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem, believes that it is that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, sees denial of impulses as vain and foolish pursuit, and values peace over war. Maybe I'll just keep you in a squad, but... Driving home? Alrighty. Lurk well. But yeah, see, you're just, actively bleeding on the ground right now. You're just creating splatterings of blood, everywhere. It's over here, too. Stormwolf seems to have the same thing. Now, you've just got 2 torn arteries in your muscles. So are you just, perpetually covered with blood? Yeah, you're also just perpetually covered with blood. That's upsetting. Let's also just make cheese, because I got a bunch of it. So now we wait. That's all. We wait. We see if this dwarf does the thing I need them to do. You have to be tier 2 to use those commands. Zemo down here. Zemo dear. So I have a question. Why was the last 24 hours exciting for you? Was it a good exciting? Bad exciting? Mid exciting? Max exciting?
Cheese for everyone!
Cheese for everyone? Dear dwarf, I'm waiting for you to get hungry and eateth that wax. Maybe this is a fort where I should make a public tavern. Got Ass the farmer, who's going into a strange mood now. This down here needs to be fortified. Sassy Rebecca, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you greatly. I wouldn't be so bothered by Clockwork's constant bleeding if Clockwork would, you know, like, clean up the blood after said bleeding. Can you start next Monday? A thumbs up. Congrats. Round of beers for that and that Prime sub. Does it require moving? Because I remember you talking about that. Now we just need to wait for you to get hungry. Stop smack bleeding smack on my smack floor. Smack, yes. There you go. You're no longer thirsty. But now I need you to eat. I need you to eat the unusual wax. When taking a bath and you've never played the game, they're great for long content videos over a game that you've never played. Thanks for the random YouTube suggestion. Well, happy to help. At some point, I need to show those videos to my mom. One of these years. Likely moved to West Texas. Well, congrats. Hell yeah. Get more info later tonight. That's cool. Good job, dude. I remember that being like a weird middle of the ground concern. Got a request for a bigger guild hall. I'm just waiting for this dwarf to finish eating the magic potion in the middle of the room so that I can release them from the hospital. I'm not entirely certain that it's worth giving this dwarf this, but these perpetual unhealing wounds seem like a problem. Considering they're mostly on your face. Which is kind of funny, actually. You know, I could probably let you smooth this. Gives you something to do. But good job, dude. Glad you were able to stay within the realms of employment. Something that we all strive to achieve, I would think. So let's go down to this. That is sealed. I'm going to go over to this and grab you. Go north. You don't know anything about the payer schedule yet? True. And also, it does require you moving to Texas. This is the same world as the Reclaimed world. And the same faction, but I've moved on from that fort. Yeah, to be honest with you, I got tired of running that fort, so I just stopped. If you ever want to get caught up without having to ask, though, exclamation point last fort will usually give you, like, an update on that. Ah, there you go. Dwarf is eating all of that. And that should... There's fewer damaged tissues. So at the very least, you appear to have stopped bleeding. But your eyesight is still somewhat impaired. Huh. Thankfully, you should no longer bleed. And you want to practice a martial art. You know, why don't we let you practice a martial art? Let's just scoot around and find some other dwarves that would theoretically do okay in the military. You want to acquire objects. Value disdains merriment and stoicism, values peace, harmony, and tradition. Well, our tradition here is that you learn how to wield a big, heavy stick, so... Although I was aiming for Saigon, not Kavish. What about you? You dream of mastering a skill. You have some basic skills in it already. Rib. The bone carver. Go carve some live bodies, while we. Why don't you? You have dislike. You value peace over war and doesn't particularly value commerce. You brave Midnight. Developed empathy, high stamina, fact-oriented, values peace. You should go be a study Dwarf. Is freeways in here? You want to fight and practice a martial art, don't you? Well, you also dream of raising a family, and you want to fight. That's kind of scary. You want strife in your life? Somewhat fearful, but okay. Can learn your way through that. How about you right here? I mean, you're the mayor. And you don't have decent quarters. You just have modest quarters. Well, okay. I'll assign this to somebody else. Get down here. Get the nicer quarters. You are the mayor, after all. You've earned it. There you go. That satisfies your need. The new-ish sprite. Oh, you mean the like the little showing the contents ones? I'm gonna do something I almost never do. And I immediately screwed up, which is why I almost never do it. I realize I'm just building over top of this wood floor, but as much as it would annoy many members of home renovation shows, I've got plenty of wood. Not concerned about running out. Stuff grows kind of a lot around here. Oops. The well skeleton gets you every time. It is, you know, my most shameful of oopsies in this fortress, that's for sure. Speaking of the well skeleton, let's see if we can deal with it. Fingers crossed. But first we need somebody to get down here and pump a thing. By draining this side out a little bit. And then hopefully that you decided to use one of these. No, it didn't. So instead, let's just go... Oh, I see. It's going to use last known material, which is dolomite. Sure, we'll just use one of these. Oops, nope, one further up. That shouldn't be too difficult to build, especially as this drains. Should be pretty simple. Now we just need a dwarf to come over here and plug that in. And not constantly cancel it. There we go. Sweet. And then they left. So now, I just need to drain this. Question is, how? Sorry for ruining the well skeleton, but it's no longer just the well skeleton. Kind of don't want to just dig right up to it. Let's go down right here. The farmer has created Gosmericot, a chert ring, and offers it to the head cave of clobbering. Got ourselves another little craft. Just gonna dig out a little room down here while we go read that artifact. And the game won't let me because it decided to save. How dare you, game? That's very rude of you. I refuse to accept this as my new normality. Didn't you know I was intending to go read something? The well skeleton, I would think, is very similar to like a wall chicken. Well skeleton with the Wellington. Not to be confused with a beef Wellington. Also, Juicebox in YouTube chat says, just started off my 4th attempt at learning Dwarf Fortress and it finally clicked. I have a question. What made it click? This is a chert ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of fungi wood. This object menaces with spikes of chert. On the item is an image of a trillion cut gem and rock salt. On the item is an image of many pointed stars in rock salt. On the item is an image of Sothbod Camp Belly, the human, and a cave dragon in horse leather. The cave dragon is killing the human, as it does. The artwork relates to the killing of that human, Camp Belly, by the cave dragon in Confused Pass in Righteous Step in the early spring of 330 during Cockstock, the Assault of Singing. On the item is an image of Nithim, Gorge Treat, the human, and a goblin. The goblin is striking down the human. The artwork relates to the killing of that human, which happened also to be a death ghoul in Ace Rain in the Righteous Step in the mid-autumn of the 326. During Razum Tosp, the Routed Siege. On the item is an image of a prickleberry in Chrysoprase. And I'm going to give this to my mayor. That seems like a good mayoral item. So now we dig through this. And that'll let the water flow out. And then all my wells are going to stop working. But we'll also be able to get this body out of here. Oh, mind that we won't. Okay, well, I was overly optimistic. We'll dig out the rest of this. And then we'll channel this out, and it'll be fine. Also, I don't need anywhere near this much, so let's maybe cut this off. Maybe cut this off, and do this, 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 this. Please don't drown yourselves in the extra bottom holes. Dwarves, that would be bad. You can keep pumping here. Down here, I'm just going to deconstruct one of these. We're slowly filling this whole thing up with dirt, which is good. Or, I guess, mud, if you will. It took so long, it grabbed like 10 more and an array of funny drawings. Those are always the best ones, though. Letting go of your need to control everything and slowing way down. Yeah, no, I believe it. I mean, that is maybe one of the cool parts about Dwarf Fortress is it helps teach you to slow down and just kind of admire the scenery to a point. Well, anyway, good to have you. Glad you're enjoying it now. I'm happy it finally landed. What just happened? Did you just murder, like just run up and murder somebody? Motherfucker, you did. This dwarf just like vaulted down the well, landed in a puddle, sprayed water everywhere, and then beat this dwarf to death. And is now like, well, I killed somebody. What the hell is wrong with you? Is there just like a mass brawl happening? No? Well, okay, I guess you're going to prison now, dwarf. So is Orc, but that's unrelated. So is Moma's? Uh-oh. Never mind, there is a brawl happening. Probably because of that first dwarf that died. I just made the tavern all pretty. And this is how you pay me. We knew exactly who did it because they did it in broad daylight in front of everybody. So we've lost 3 dwarves in that particular brawl. All right, let's hope that everybody's getting tombed up. We should still have plenty of available tombs. Not really. Welp. Guess I'm gonna make more. I guess I gotta go make more. Oopsies. Thankfully, only 4 more, but still. This fortress is kind of in a bad way, let me tell you. Like, moods are getting kind of problematic, but... So many teeth? Yeah. So many fist fights. So many fist fights. Okay, well, at the very least we've cleared those. We're not in a burrow right now, are we? Oh, shit, we are. That explains a lot. Maybe it doesn't. So much blood to be cleaned up. So much vomit, so much puke. At least all the patients are getting cleaned. What pond are you filling? Excuse me? Did the fighting start up again? Nope. Okay. Oh. Why are we... Oh, this probably had gems in it, didn't it? Well, at the very least, fix that problem. Oh my god, the amount of blood in the hospital. Holy shit. That is something. Seems like one of my surgeons is downed. It's that... It's quite the situation, let me tell you. Such trauma, much fortress. Is anybody putting the body parts away? Not quite yet. Well, hopefully we get there sooner than later. Hopefully we get there sooner than later. At the very least, I did actually make a pretty decent hospital this time around. There's certainly been times where I've slacked off on the hospital. But I did make a half-decent one. I do also need to make some more chests. I guess rock coffers. All right, well, I will just accept this on the Farmers Guild, because otherwise it's going to fail out, and I don't really want that. The Farmers Guild is right here, which is the Gullies of Summer. I should have some statues. I do not. Okay, what do I have then? Well, I can engrave along here. I can... Actually, let's plunk one of these down. One of these down. Throw some pedestals into it. Put some valuable crafts onto it. That'll help, I'm sure. I'm seeing doctors working. Ay, man. Not all of them are actively practicing doctors, though, so there is that. Well, I mean, the good news is things could be a lot worse, I guess. We have successfully taken over the Mysterious Palace, Sol Invictus, if you're wondering. There's definitely some wild stuff happening in this fort, and it's making it very entertaining. It is also making it a little bit difficult to follow, though. But it is still pretty entertaining. I'll give it that. Like, you know, it's a little bit of a all-over-the-place fort when I'm having a hard time following it. There's so much blood right there. Holy shit. Okay, this can all finish pumping. We're done here. Then this lever can be pulled, which is going to drain all of this out there eventually. And then this will be my next growing area. And this, you know, I might just flip this around and use this pump to pump water into here. Might just do it that way. What's a Mysterious Palace? This. This is a Mysterious Palace. A Mysterious Palace is a world gen structure that is mostly for adventure mode, but we used Embark Anywhere, which is a DF hack command to force Embark on it. And they have treasures, magic potions, and rare items in them. Like, I have a bunch of slayed mechanisms as an example. Growing anything exotic? No? Well, I mean, I should probably pen pasture them, but I am in the process of getting a bunch of rhinos into here. Presuming they haven't, like, died of thirst or something. Which is possible, actually. Yeah, see? I've got some stray rhinos. I'll get 2 of them in there. Well, I mean, no, I guess my brain went to exotic plants, but sure, yes. And then the lower level we'll move other livestock into. Although this one over here is going to be for trees. Let's just go amulets. Let's say figurines. Crowns, maybe? Sure, let's throw the obsidian crown into there. I don't think I have any instruments. I do have a bookcase, which is likely made of gold. Can throw a chest in there. I know what I can do. So I probably have a bunch of these. Holy shit. Gem windows are now officially so much fucking easier. Because it'll just automatically use the last gem. Oh, that's wonderful. All right, favorite usage of that. Gem windows, hands down. You haven't tried them again? They just take 3 gems per window. Pretty easy. All right, well, we've satisfied that guild hall, so that's good. God, there's a lot of blood in this fortress. Holy shit. Bert, you've seen better days. Holy beeswax. Man, that dwarf survived a lot. Haley, you want martial training. You also want to fight. Haley, you can join this squad. You're right here. It may also just be like this whole fortress is just full of like loose cannons. Maybe I just need to kind of accept that. That may just be an issue we have to deal with. You're upset. Don't really want a super upset dwarf in the military. Although there's, because we already have too many of them, I would say. Got no health problems. Doesn't care about merrymaking. What's your, maker? You're haggard. Well, yeah, no, you ain't joining the military. You were in there once already. You want excitement amongst other things. You dream of raising a family. He's a nervous wreck after being forced to endure the decay of your spouse. Oh my god, you're bonded with all of my turtles. That is great. That is fantastic. Yeah, right? In regards to the 3 gems each time. My tutorials have been amazing. You're still struggling, but you really do appreciate the help. Dusta1, just as a reminder, I do have a Discord server where if you need help with things about Dwarf Fortress in pretty much real time, there's always some people that are willing to help. If that's something that you are seeking. Yeah, man. I am amazed by this whole blood and guts situation. This is kind of bananas, actually. Just kind of hoping that I can increase the general anything of this fort right now. This is maybe the worst, like, random bouts of catastrophic brawling. It's not really a tantrum spiral, but it's like the closest thing I've had to a tantrum spiral in recent memory, that's for sure. There is, in fact, bananas in Dwarf Fortress, yes. They can also make wine out of bananas. Are you saying I need to feed them more bananas or less bananas? I guess I don't fully understand the through line here. Throw a party, and that's going to help the drunken brawling. How exactly? Oh, I see. That's not what I meant, but I understand now what you were saying. Where are you? Oh. Well, that explains why I haven't been able to pasture that rhino yet. It's because it's upstairs on the surface. An annual beatdown festival. It's the scariest kind of festival. It's like having Vakken in your city every year. Actually, maybe worse. Although not that Vakken's a bad bunch of dudes. Everything I've ever heard about Vakken is that they are a wonderful crew of people. Maybe it's like hosting the gathering of the Juggalos, but even that's probably not the worst. Wait, I know. It's like having Gigi Allen showing up in your city once. Rest in peace, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know if he deserves to rest in peace. You'll be getting a new chair soon. There you go. Hell yeah. New chair is good. New chair times is best times. Indeed, Eurist. Happy to help, Emperor Iron. Sorry for killing you. We'll see you when we see you, dude. I'm gonna just try rapidly expanding the tavern. I'm also just gonna click this button a bunch because all automated jobs will just get re-automated, so it'll clear out a lot of cruft. Yes, you did. You died in this siege, actually. As part of the military. I mean, you always asked to be in the military, so why are you surprised? You should be like, ah, yes, as expected. All right, so now that I've cleared this, jet blocks, jet blocks. How are you doing? I don't know. How are you doing? Happier than you should be, and storing stuff in a stockpile. You don't seem to have any major injuries that I can see immediately looking at you. You were in the hospital at some point. You've experienced multiple rounds of trauma, but it's been a while. Your elbow is bleeding. That's about it, currently. But overall, I would agree with that. Not bad. Could certainly be doing significantly worse. Well, why'd you have to go leaving your teeth everywhere? Someone less likely to die. So you don't want a dwarf in this fortress? Then? Is the way I read that? Have you been watching anything that's happened today? I mean, like, not even joking around here. Like, if you, don't want to die, then you don't want a dwarf in the fort. So what kind of job would you like? I mean, yeah, the giant tortoises are less likely to die. This is true. Actually, that's not true. I may decide to eat them with no real notice. So I wouldn't actually say that the giant tortoises are safe. I'm mostly just killing time until I finish doing this gosh darn checkerboard. Let's just hope that this works the way I suspect it does. Dealer's choice then? Chat, what kind of dwarf do we give to Red Fogel? It really is FBI Spanky. FBI Spanky. That's your name. Not FB is Spanky. Is it FBI Spanky or FB is Panky? Nothing is capitalized. I don't know where I'm going with this. All good. I mean, hey, okay. All right, I'll just give you the happiest dwarf who's not named then, if you're doing dealer's choice. You're married to Midnight too. You perform the rites of the Sect of Amethyst, so you're a member of the Sect of Amethyst. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own harm, or even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She is often sad and dejected and will very happily, and she can be very happy and optimistic. She doesn't handle stress well, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she does not often feel lustful. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. And she believes that tranquility is one of the highest ideals and hates those that wield power over others, and thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed, and finds romance distasteful and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Does not care about family one way or another, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes native silver and black bronze, as well as moss opal and leather, spider monkey bone, drothlas for their lustrous manes, and the sight of the meandering lyrics of Impossible prefers to consume finger millet, beer, and pineapples. And she absolutely hates cave spiders, specifically. Her fourth finger on her left hand is broken, so she has a finger injury, but she seems fine with it. She's married to Midnight, who's a scholar in the fort, who I wonder how the scholaring is doing. Yeah, seems to like reading. Has he pondered anything? Not really. Although he was jubilant after the establishment of a guild hall for the Saffron Lavender Company. So he's very happy. And he's pondering the lever. I see. He's content after pondering the lever. And, she seems to like her life. Ponder the lever! Why does egg need to meet face? What did egg do to have to meet face? You thought it said lover, not leave. Oh, I see. So egg meet your face. I get it. Okay. And then this stockpile is going to be moved over to here. This almost looks like Alice in Wonderland pattern. And then I'm going to go back up here and then just zinc and just erase all that. So they're just going to move all this over to here. Although what that actually means is they're just going to move a lot of stuff that's currently sitting in these workshops over there and ignore the stuff that's... oh, no, they are moving it. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. So that they've got less reason to fight over tables and chairs. Presuming that's something they were fighting over, which they may have been. It's hard to say. And there we go. Okay, so now they're gonna set up some new tables, and I can then extend the size of this tavern through here, over to here, down into here, through to here, across to there. And hopefully the added space helps with the problems of the fights that have been breaking out in here. I should just rename this tavern to The Fight Pit. Or Fight Club, even better. All right. Oh yeah, sorry, we don't talk about the Fight Club. Can we talk about the tavern, though? And then you... Furniture, instrument. Plunk you down. Combat Cavern Tavern? I mean, it is a cavern tavern, and there is a rock right there, but not really a combat cavern tavern, no. Because like, the cavern tavern, the whole idea of that gimmick was, like, you use your guests to defend. I'm not really doing that at all. Like, straight up, I'm just not doing that. Let's just get rid of this stuff. Hopefully get rid of it quickly. And then wonder to myself why they are not cleaning the vomit. Maybe one day they will. But that day is not today. Clearly. Oh. I think the Combat Cavern Tavern is, or the lore behind the Cavern Tavern, I guess, would be probably just Hoodie Hair, right? Because she made a video called The Cavern Tavern around the time Dwarf Fortress released. And I think it got like 150,000 views or something, so it's probably a reference some people associate with that. That's what I associate it with. And it was basically just a fortress that was defended entirely with monster hunters and stuff. Which does make for some very silly antics, but isn't the most reasonable of a thing to try and pull off consistently. So you're kind of just like teetering on hoping that there's enough like dudes to defend you at that exact moment, which sometimes works, often doesn't. Although, all things considered, it's kind of amazing how few dwarves are dead after each one of these fights. Like, seriously, that's kind of a wild thing, how few dwarves have died. At least I think it's kind of wild. Why are dwarves such violent little beasts? Because they've seen some shit, okay? I don't know. Copy-paste Navy SEAL meme. That's why dwarves are such violent little beasts. At least that's my best guess. I don't know. You're welcome to throw your guesses into the ring if you like. Thank you, Nanaroos. I'm glad they've been helpful. A lot of people have seen them recently. Shoutouts to Frederick and the Steam sale. FBI Spanky and also FB is Panky. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Whatever your name may be. Honestly, if you're getting a spanky from the FPI, I think you've got some pretty big problems. Just saying. Man, poor old orc. He is my best gem cutter, but also just like occasionally murders people for fun. I mean, these are all my dwarves he's killed. 6 of them. Like, he keeps going to prison and then they let him out a year later. It just makes him angrier. I mean, it tends to be how it works. Chat, can I get a round of beers, by the way, for that brand new Prime subscription? From FBI Spanky. I mean, I'm kind of hoping to be able to defend this fortress using Forgotten Beasts eventually. So, fingers crossed we can make that work. And there we go. This drawbridge is now donezo. Well, almost donezo. You know, you just wait for the dwarves to clean it up. And sometimes they just don't care. And today they just certainly seem to not care. It's been a little bit frustrating, actually. Believe it or not. I know that there's a handy trick that I sometimes use, which is you just drag a rando stockpile over top of stuff and don't assign anything to the stockpile. And then they tend to clean that area first. But that hasn't even been working in this fort, so I don't even know. So I'm not entirely sure, honestly. Like, it doesn't seem to be working over here either. Like, this is maybe the most perplexing, like, liquids mess I've had in a long time. So I don't know. I'll just leave that there for a little bit and see if they clean it. I was also able to get a singular rhino into here. Okay, so you are assigned to be trained, but I should be able to have 3 rhinos down and in here, hopefully. Fingers crossed. And then this sucker's draining very slowly, but that's fine. Because I can start assigning random animals. Such as, what do we have? Llamas. Holy shit, we got a lot of llamas. Should probably start butchering some of the llamas. By that I mean most of the llamas. I've done that. That was like the first thing I did, Cursed. It was literally one of the first things I tried. Oopsies. It's a lot of llama. Mm-hmm. It's also going to take a long time for them to recatch all those llamas because they're all about to run goddamn everywhere. I finished it last night at 11:30 at night. So I'm glad you liked it. And then it didn't finish rendering until 2 because I tried to render it once and it managed to render with no, like, a corrupted file, so I had to re-render it. Wasn't thrilled about that. But I just kind of pressed render and then went to bed. The second time I was like, fuck it. I just don't want to deal with any of this. But eventually it, you know, sorted itself out and now it and then, you know, rendered correctly. So that was nice. But I'm glad that you like it. I don't know if I personally would call it a masterwork, but I do think I did a pretty decent job on it. Wait, what? Hold on. Excuse me? Am I really out of buckets? Wow, I'm out of buckets. Okay. I need beds too, so let's just do wooden bed. $25, and let's do 25. 50. Make me a shit ton of buckets, please. So I always find myself running out of buckets. Yeah, well, they go for a walk when you assign them to a new place or cage. So that's one of the main causes of them going elsewhere. They'll also go for a walk if they see a wild animal that isn't trained. Those will scare them. Then they'll run away screaming, basically. So as long as you don't scare the animals and, you know, don't convince them to go for a walk, they'll be okay, generally. So I now have 3 rhinos. They're all pretty well trained, too. Orc has committed 5 more crimes. Excellent. One of these days, Orc is just going to die suddenly. We'll be like, well, I'll be surprised. We're also slaughtering a lot of the llamas, so, you know, I'm sure that's definitely helping. How to throw items in lava? Well, there's several ways. You could use a minecart. I think I have a video on automated garbage dumps with minecarts. Or you could use a garbage dump zone, which is a little trash bin. Place 1 layer over top of an edge. I think I have one down here. Or one similar. So like this, but using this zone. Like this, basically. Thanks, game. But just do like 2 tiles. One on the ground and then one just off the ground, and then they'll throw it off the edge. But just make sure you do it several layers above lava, otherwise splashback will set your dwarves on fire, and then you'll have less dwarves. But, you know, also, I mean, maybe that's an easy way to get rid of a problem if you have a problem dwarf. Just make sure that you, like, are throwing stuff in a couple Z levels above ground. Or, like, have something to block splashback. None of these are magma pits, no. Red Focal. I'm actually using charcoal, believe it or not. Which is something I almost never do. Also, the most effective way to get rid of bones is literally just by using them as crafts. I mean, right next to my refuse stockpile down here, I've got decorate with shell, decorate with bone, and then I think this one makes totems. But yeah, I mean, I'm just doing this, dumping stuff down into here, and then occasionally just pulling this. Because, like, yeah, we're making shell crafts, but honestly, I very easily end up with, you know, more than I'll ever need. So it's just easier to do it this way. Yeah, you can encrust with bone at a craft store shop, yep. Yep, lava splashes, so does water. But if you get caught in splashes from lava, it makes you burst into flames. So, you know, just be wary of that. I mean, if you want to get rid of your dwarves quickly, that's maybe an easy way of doing that. Man, more crimes, Orc? God damn, dude. I'm sure these llamas love being stuck in all this water. Once it drains a little bit more. Actually, something I could do that's mighty easy along here. Dig this out. Uh-oh. Ha! Finally! Sorry. Orc has been found dead. Hallelujah! I was beaten to death probably by the captain of the guard. Yes. Punches him in the head with his left hand and the injured part explodes into gore. You were a very, very, very talented gem cutter, but you killed enough of my dwarves that good riddance. Orc's no longer at large. He's now at Splat. Rest in peace, Orc. Believe it or not, I do always feel bad about having to kill dwarves, but at the same time, that one I don't. I normally feel bad is maybe the better thing to say. There's Orc's final resting place, which has his teeth in it currently. Origin 64, who's far from, you know, innocent herself, is also putting various random teeth in there. Man, there's just so many teeth off in the middle of nowhere that belong to Orc that's going to take a while to bury him, I think. Many pieces, in fact. But as well, just as a reminder to people, if you did watch the Gremlin video today, do me a huge favor. Leave a like on it. That's it. Just leave a like. You know, leave a like on the video. If you haven't and you have the ability to, leave a comment on the video. And if you've already left a comment on the video and you want to continue helping, another way you could do that is by leaving a comment in response to somebody else's comment. That's also very helpful. And, you know, post it in Discords. Click on it when it pops up in your recommended. Watch the first 15 minutes a second time. Appreciate you guys. Glad people like it. I was, and always am, whenever I make a video, just kind of expecting people to hate it. Expecting it to not be great. But it seems like this one turned out well, and people seem to like. So, that's good. I'm going to dig this out. And we're just going to put gems back here. Increase the value of this. Intense? Yeah, no, totally. Head splat and fist go whack. He's lucky he got a tomb, honestly, but that dwarf no longer being around is actually unironically probably going to save us a lot of headache. Only need 14 blocks. I think I'm going to use Bill and...
Wilbur the Mango cheered. X500. I really enjoyed your Cloud Thunder video. Here's 500 bits for the great content and for getting me into Dwarf Fortress.
Well, happy to help. Thank you very much for the pile of bits. You love my videos and you hate necromancers. What'd they do to you, corpse? I mean, it's in your name, so, like, you should like corpses, right? I know that's not what your name means. But, like, what do you hate about... What did they do to you? Point on the doll exactly where the necromancers touched your dead body. Thankfully, if you're sneaky about it and quick about it, necromancers are not that difficult to just, like, snipe. As in just, like, attack them before they attack you. But, I mean, I also have zombies on my map, so I kind of feel you, too. Dead romancer's the best romancer. I will say, I once had a fortress that had a bunch of necromancer liches, which were just, because necromancers aren't undead, they're just immortal. But I had a bunch of intelligent undead dwarves that also happened to be necromancers in a fort once, and that was fun. Those dudes gave 0 fucks. What's the surface of my map look like? These. Trees, mostly. Tiny little waterfall over here. Lots of dead things. Hippos. But there's a handful of zombies on the surface, and they murked most of my military, and my moods have been so inconsistent, and the in-fortress fighting has been so consistent that I was like, I think I need to just, like, just pause for a bit and see if I can save this, which is what I've been doing. Great portobello mushroom burger. Ooh. I could go I could go with a portobello mushroom burger. That sounds pretty great actually. They're cheap and so juicy. I basically don't eat burgers at home. It's not even like a dietary thing. It's just like not a food stuff I've ever gotten used to just like making. Like recently I've just been munching on a pretty fucking baller little stew that I made. Because I, had a bit of a cold. So when I have a cold, I have this homemade hot sauce that I always keep around. And I grab some hot sauce, make hot sauce. Or alternatively, just take from my pre-existing supply, assuming I have some. And then I just completely spice up a nice little stew, and it was delicious. What's in the stew? Chorizo, sausage, baby potatoes, carrots, red onion, garlic, ginger, chickpeas, lentils, and then like 7 teaspoons of my homemade hot sauce, which is mostly made with Arapaho peppers. Which is very vinegary, like fermented hot sauce. Also, I should specify 2 kinds of lentils, red and brown lentils? I don't know what color those are. I think they're called golden lentils, but they're very, very much a brown color. You know what's funny is like I never make the same stew twice though. Can only find the green ones. I get red lentils at Safeway, actually. Now that I think about it. The bulk section, they just have them. They cook way faster than the more standard types of lentils. I'm just going to cheat. Look at you fishing in that puddle. And also getting sprayed with water. This dwarf is just like looking for a reason to get covered in water. Let's just do floor grates. Trying to make this a little bit safer. Actually, I kind of don't like the way this looks. Yeah, whatever. Safety schmafety. At the end of the line food-wise? Yeah. No, there's a lot of places in the world that are. I mean, for reference, I previously lived in a city right next to Vancouver, Canada, so most people would just presume and say that I lived in Vancouver, even though I never technically lived in Vancouver. And now I live in Victoria, BC, so I'm on an island now, so food variety is actually lesser here, but it's still great, so I'm certainly not going to complain. Is Freshco a thing in Canada? I've never heard of it. But it's okay. I mean, if I need to get that stuff, I'll just go to Bulk Barn. Although I'll pay like an extra 10 cents a pound for it or whatever. Because bulk barn's pricey, but they have everything, so whatever. You live on an island? Yeah, but you live on a country that also happens to be an island, okay? Although it does kind of hurt my brain a little bit when I realize that Ireland is like almost the same size as Vancouver Island. Dear dwarves, why don't you clean the fucking floors? Yours truly, me. Wondering why you don't clean the fucking floors. Need to bail? Well, enjoy. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Just gonna move those up there. So I want them out of here. Stone is British. And man. I mean, technically North America is an island. Just a, like, third of, wraps most of the way around the planet between North and South America. So. Although by that logic, I guess all the continents are technically islands. What isn't an island, really? Yeah. Yeah. We all live on some kind of island of our own creation. The sea isn't an island. Point taken. Congrats, Stone, you win. You know, I'm doing all of this right now on about 4 hours of sleep. I really hope I sleep more tonight. Arende, the expedition leader and mayor, just entered a fey mood. And also first funeral and religious figure of the fortress. Claims a clother's shop. And claims that they need logs, tanned hides, rough gems, cut gems, stone boulders, logs, silk cloth, logs. Do I not have silk? No, I do. But it is in the hospital, so could very well be silk that you need. But it's pretty unlikely you need logs first, because there's logs right there. Tanned hides is also possible. Unlikely. I got tons. We've got uncut gems and cut gems. Weave thread into silk. Untrusted Life, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you, mate. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for, Untrusted Life? Chucking the $5 super chat into the YouTube chats. Appreciate you. Or do we consider that 5 alive now? Cancels store-owned item, reason 2 injured. Well, that's not good. That's never a good sign. It's usually a bad sign, in fact. So now my question is why? Why? Do you keep canceling that task? Oh, there you go. You finally figured out what you need. Yeah, it was just 2 pieces of cave spider silk. Got it. And they weren't canceling. He was just swiping it really quickly. Yeah, true. You're more of an... Actually, okay. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Stone. Is it more of an archipelago than just, like, an island? Because it is, like, a pretty big island followed by just a pile of little ones. Isn't that technically an archipelago? Which, by the way, is one of the most underrated words in the English language and is fantastic and should be said more because it's fun to say. Man, the fortress politician is lonely after being away from friends for too long. How typical. So 2 pieces of cave spider silk, one of them very high quality. Trillion cut green tourmalines, dolomite, and tower cap. I'll go make us something cool, dwarfs. I think I really need just a clothing industry. So I'm just going to dig out a room down here. Dig a tunnel down here. And a tunnel over there. And I'm just going to dig right here. And that'll be our clothing industry. It's just a convenient spot for it. Can also expand this way, and expand this way, except I will just do priority numero uno all the way up here, and all the way over here, so that we can get that up and running up there quicker. And it's just a collection of islands? Okay. It should be called the Atlantic Archipelago. Okay, fair enough. Cool. Arende, first funeral, has created Sangothos Nish Farnas, a cave spider silk toga, and offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. This is a cave spider silk toga. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with the bands of tower cap, round adventuring cabochons, and it is made from spider silk. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk and menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Fed connection, the green glass hatch cover in llama leather. On the item is an image of the Heart of Clearings, the gold spear in green tourmaline. On the item is an image of a large 8-sided prism in dolomite. On the item is an image of Tosid Ray Machine, the dwarf and dwarves in tower cap. Tosid Ray Machine is shooting a laser out of his forehead, probably, but also surrounded by the dwarves, and the artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Tosid Ray Machine to the position of General of the Tower of Clobbering in the early spring of 367. Okay, that's getting appointed to my captain of the guard. Havoc, go get your new shirt. After you drop these blocks, please. Fine. Finish it. Let's do it this way. Please drop the boulder. Man, this dwarf is so strong. He's running with a boulder. This dwarf is carrying a boulder. Uh-oh. My well is flooding. That's unfortunate. Stop pumping, please. Dwarves do not normally make togas now. Although I think they might be a... Yeah, they're a faction possibility. So togas are a thing that this faction makes. So they're not too uncommon. But they're like a shirt option in this world. Feels blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom and is delighted after putting on a truly splendid item. I'm also going to make a bunch of yarn ropes for my captain of the guard. Just make another 20, 25, 30, actually. Why not? We got plenty. And then over here, this will be my clothing industry. Thought they were exclusive to humans. They're just a rare clothing item, as far as I know. Unless, like, the odds have changed, but no, they are not a human exclusive item. Turbans are. Turbans are a human item, specifically. I don't know what to do with asked. They're defined as uncommon? Okay, so yeah, it's just a rare chance for your faction to be able to make it. Which, in Dwarf Fortress terms, means, yeah, it's actually probably pretty freaking rare. Man, you can use these for workshops too. Oh, that's great. So good. Love it. Love it. Love it. The elves can also make turbans? Neat. And commonly have sandals. I presume it's common because I see them all the goddamn time. Then I'll do looms all the way along the bottom here. It's not a good sign. Oh. Sad dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. Well, that's fine. Actually, I think what happened is we're just out of buckets. I do have a carpenter shop, though. I may not have a carpenter shop. I may not have a carpenter shop. That may be why that dwarf just died. Because I may not have a carpenter shop. This can get deconstructed, and this can get deconstructed. We're also going to go down here. Go along here. Do this, 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 this. Sandals, low boots, and shoes, yeah. Room changes color halfway through. And then we will go back to clothing. Sit. Well, that's just getting concerning now. I'll look at that in a second. Ah. Please tell me you're not in the well. At least you're not visible. Uh-huh. Well. I mean, the well had a body in there before, but the body that was in the well before was visible. So everybody who went to go take stuff out of the well saw the body. At least now they can't see it. Health be damned. At least they can't see it. At least they can't see it. Ay, 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 ay. Being dead ever closer? I mean, you're not happy anymore? And you kind of want to join the military, which would speed that process up, mind you, but somebody just had a baby, so somebody's doing all right. I may actually pause collect webs on a bunch of these. So most of these just focus on making silk and cloth. As turns out, that's what we need a lot of. Well, welcome to the military, Crane. Although it may, well, you do actually have a job. You're a religious figure. It's time for the Holy Wars. Get some other recruits into there. As the clothing industry kicks into gear. I may actually disable automated clothing industry stuff tomorrow and then set it up manually. And over here, dig through this. And this. And then let them use this as an entry exit, although I should probably put some patch covers on this. I think I have some. Got one. To find a specific person's room, if you go to places, and scroll down, it says who is assigned to what room. Or if you click on a dwarf, and then you click on rooms, and then you click on this button, it'll take you directly to their room. No problem, dude. Okay, so Shutterbug.
Here, let's go.
Thank you very much for the 12 months. Appreciate you greatly. I'm just starting to lose my voice. I've been live for 9 hours. And I'm sorry that you just tuned in, Shutterbug, unless you've been lurking for a while, in which case then I feel slightly less bad. But thank you very much for that resub. I think I'm going to call it, guys. I think I'm going to call it. Because it's been a long day. And not only has it been a long day, but it's been a pretty good day. You know? You just got up. Well, good morning. What time, or does daylight savings happen where you live? I don't know. I feel like Japan might not. Anyway, like we're in daylight savings time now, so I'm like, you know, an hour earlier. Much to my dismay. I fucking hate it. But we'll be live tomorrow. Normal time. 9 a.m. Pacific. 10 a.m. on YouTube. Whenever NoClip finally decides to release their documentary part 1, we will also watch that on stream. Also, if you haven't yet, here in Twitch chat, you can just type in !video, do that, and then go watch that. That'll be a great thing for you to watch after I finish raiding. And YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. I'm glad that you guys have enjoyed the Gremlin video if you've seen it. If you haven't, here, I'll give you a link too, using the YouTube command, or the video command here in Twitch chat. But if you guys want to come raid with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow, like I said earlier, 10 a.m. on YouTube. And take care, folks. We'll see you on the flip. Twitch chat, stick around for the raid. Let's go raid somebody.